All righty, good morning, everybody. It's 9:06 a.m. here on Tuesday, July 14th, 2026, and we'll begin our meeting today. We'll start, first order of business is our invocation and moment of silence. If you will join us in that moment of silence, please. Thank you. And next, we'll be doing our Pledge of Allegiance. If you can stand, and if you're able, and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And Brandy, if you'll do a roll call, please.
Commissioner Shaldo Hernandez. Commissioner Kimball.
Present.
Commissioner Chaparro. Vice Chair Gameros.
Here.
Chair Sanchez.
Present. We do have quorum. The commission convenes as the Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. AC Lopez, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the applicant for item number 23 has asked that that be pulled from today's agenda as they are not ready to proceed at this time.
Okay. Item 23, we will not be doing. All right. Okay, our next item is we're going to be going into closed session. So what I would like to do is make a motion to convene in closed session. Actually, before I do this, I did want to let the public know. I know I've seen people signing in for public input this morning. I know that we've tried to inform everybody of a little bit different approach we're doing to public input. So if you can, we are trying to ask for people to sign up. It allows us to see how many people would like to participate today and try to manage that opportunity. What we do ask is that if you do sign up, that we please make your name as legible as possible so we can read it. And when we'll leave this out, and when we come back for public input, then we'll work on announcing those names, and it'll give an opportunity for people that have signed up to be able to stay seated until it's time for them to come and speak. So appreciate it. Just wanted to give everybody just that heads up as we go into closed session. All right, I'll make a motion that we convene in closed session regarding attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation involving the Sheriff's Office or DASO as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, Section 10-15-1H7. If I can get a second.
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Randy, if you do a roll call on closed session motion.
Commissioner Kimball.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, we're going to turn to closed session here at 9:10 a.m. Appreciate a little bit of patience. We will be coming back here shortly. Thank you.
I could take a minute of your time, everyone. Good morning. Amanda Lopez-Askin, Doña County Clerk. While we are on a break, so some of you may have seen this, but I'm going to reiterate it. Starting with today's meeting, the commissioners are asking that residents who wish to speak during public input on items not listed on the agenda will follow a new sign-in process. If you would like to address the board during public input, please sign the notebook provided using your legal name. I have the notebook. If you are interested in speaking publicly, please let me know, and I'd be happy to hand this to you to sign in. The sign-in book will be available near the entrance. It's here now, but we'll set it up back there, beginning at 8:30, and will remain open until the public input portion of the meeting begins. Speakers who have signed in will be called in no particular order and provided an allotted time to address the board. Public participation is an important part of the meeting process, and these updates are intended to help facilitate an organized, timely, and efficient opportunity for community members to share their comments. We appreciate your cooperation. Now, having read that criteria and the request for the legal name, I have 4 names in particular that I suspect are not legal names. And if they are, I'd be happy to, if you want to show some kind of identification, I'd be happy to look at that. But I will say belly buttons is not probably a legal name, and if it is, I apologize. Testicles. And so I think it's really unfortunate that we've gotten to this point to where we are, and I won't read the other ones because they're just incredibly inappropriate. The idea is to be heard, but the challenge is that with this, your message is not getting across. And so I want you to be heard. I've sat here many times and listened to your pain, listened to your frustration. I know you've had a lot of loss. I know you've had a lot of things go on that you're upset about, and I don't want to minimize that. I think the request is that you respect this process so you can be heard, not just by the commissioners, but by the rest of the public who's watching, as well as is present in the chambers. I know you're serious about your purpose. I know you're steadfast. This isn't helpful. So I'm going to put the book at the table, and I am asking you, if you would like to participate, that you remove, because we will not hear those names as they are standing. If you would like to participate, I am asking that you put your legal name or what you go by in, whether it's work or school, etc., in this book. Thank you.
All right, thank you all so much. It's 9:48 a.m. and we are back in open session. Let the record reflect that the only thing discussed in closed session was the items noted in the motion to go into closed session, and at this point, we are not there is no action to take. And so with that, move on to our consent agenda items 1 through 10, Commissioners. Do we have any items that need to be pulled for separate consideration? Okay. Then if I can get a motion and a second to approve?
So moved. Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros, a second by Commissioner Kimball. Any last questions or comments? No. Okay. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda items 1 through 10, please.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes.
We do have 3 resolutions in the consent agenda. Item number 8, 2026-86. Item number 9, 2026-87. And item number 10, 2026-88.
Thank you, Brandy. All right, next is employee recognition. And for that, I'll turn it over to ACM Weir.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Today we have one recognition for Sergeant Robert Brunhober from the Sheriff's Department. And Sergeant Brunhober has 25 years of dedicated service to Doña County. So when you see Sergeant Brunhober, please thank him for his service to the county and the residents of Doña County. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. All right, then on to employee special recognition. And for that, we'll have Mr. Masters, our senior human resources administrator. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Sanchez and Commissioners. My name is Brandon Masters, Senior HR Administrator with Talent and Culture. We do have one special recognition award for this month. Would like to thank everybody that submitted nominations through our DACnet homepage. And just as a reminder to employees, we do have nominations currently open for the month of July through the same homepage. Today we have one employee special recognition award. This award recognizes an employee's exceptional performance, either for a single event or an ongoing basis. So this month, special recognition award goes to Tam Heydrich, Office of Emergency Management Coordinator. Tim was nominated and selected for consistently demonstrating exceptional performance, leadership, and dedication through his coordination, planning, and completion of numerous projects and initiatives. His willingness to take initiative, remain organized, and ensure tasks are completed efficiently has greatly contributed to the success of his team. So we congratulate Tim for his exceptional performance and his contributions to the county. Thank you, Tim.
And Tim, I gotta say, your performances on our TikToks and social media are amazing, but really appreciate you and the rest of the team over at the OEM and the amazing job you all do. So thank you so much for all that you all do. All right, so we're on to public input. As I mentioned earlier, I know there's been a change in the process. I know there's been some announcement in between of the names. Oh, sorry, yes, please. Sergeant, we just wanted to say thank you for your 25 years of service to the county and to the people of Doña County. So we just wanted to make sure, since you were here, that we got a chance to recognize you. So we appreciate you. And thank you for recognizing that he was back in the room. Excellent. All right. Well, on to public input. As I mentioned earlier, I know there's been a change in this. Part of this had been trying to make sure we are trying to document those that are here, as well as trying to give people all the opportunity to speak. We are also trying to manage the public input while allowing us to get through our entire agenda, as well as, rather than having a line inviting people to come up. How many, Brandy, do you know about how many people we have signed up at the moment?
I'm seeing 17.
17, okay. So for today, we will be having, we'll move on, we'll have the speakers, while we call you up, please come up, state your name, and then you'll have 3 minutes to provide your comments. If there are members of the public that are here for an agenda item, we do ask that you wait until that item is up for discussion. Just want to also remind everybody in attendance to be respectful of all speakers. We want to ask that as we give you the respect to come up and speak, that we also try to give the respect to the speaker as well as everybody else. Disruptive behavior, including but not limited to shouting, demeaning remarks, interruption, or bullying behavior is not acceptable and can lead to your removal. And so we ask again that you please respect all speakers, whether you agree with them or not. And so with that, Brandy, if you'll just call down the list of names. I know it was I think there might have been, just to address one last thing, I know there was a comment in the public that we would be randomly calling people up. We will be calling them from the name down, not necessarily randomly. If you came in and were the first to sign up to speak, you will be the first to speak, and we will go down the list as we go through. So with that, Brandy, if you'll call the first name, please.
Hannah Parua.
Good morning, and thank you for joining us.
Good morning. I want to thank the Commission for hearing my voice this morning. Hello, my name is Hannah Parua, and I am a healthcare worker and a nursing student at NMSU. Every day, I am confronted with the public health issues that affect our community, and I care deeply about the well-being of our residents. I want to talk about Project Jupiter. We already see high rates of cancer, respiratory distress, and heat stroke in our hospitals. These fuel cells contaminate, and the closed-loop cooling system creates a chemical slurry that needs to be regularly flushed. I worry that we know not what we do. We have been sold the idea that if we had said no to this data center, we would fall behind. We were tricked into believing that having a data center in our county was a ticket to a bright, shiny tech future. This is a big lie. We are being used as a sacrifice zone. We are being used for our cheap land. And while we are being used for our cheap land, while our most vulnerable communities are footing the bill. But all of us will be affected. This place will become hotter and disease rates will rise because that's what happens in communities with data centers. I want to talk about Seattle. Seattle is a global tech hub. In fact, it is one of the most prominent technology capitals in the world. And guess what? They passed a moratorium on data centers because they don't want this in their backyard. Meanwhile, I fear that the tech industry is having a laugh at New Mexico, who had the hood pulled over our eyes so easily. They're having a laugh at our commissioners, who were bought out so cheaply. This is the biggest embarrassment of our generation, and it might be laughable if it wasn't a tragedy. Since beginning my nursing program, I have been told over and over again that New Mexico has a nursing shortage. Across the board, there's a healthcare worker shortage in New Mexico. Simultaneously, I'm being told that there is a job shortage. If there's a worker shortage and also a job shortage, then what we actually have is a management problem. We have a misallocation of subsidies and incentives, so please don't tell me that we need Project Jupiter for the jobs while there are so many positions in the healthcare sector just waiting to be filled. I'm saddened that these meetings are held at 9 a.m. on Tuesdays. I'm disappointed that I haven't been able to participate more. I had to take an exam just now from my seat because I'm supposed to be in class right now. I'm also saddened that the BOCC has banned recorded comments, thereby silencing many of the voices of Santa Teresa. And I'm especially saddened because I have felt the living world in a state of balance. I know what is sacred and worth protecting. Come walk with me through Santa Teresa. Stand with me in the silent plaza under the silver moon. Please step with me onto the right side of history and help us stop Project Jupiter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dave Mooney.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. My name is Dave Mooney, candidate for New Mexico State Legislature and also represented by Chair Sanchez here. Just wanted to give a quick update on all these New Mexico jobs that we were supposed to be getting from Project Jupiter. But now the state is giving millions of dollars to subsidize those New Mexico wages. That money could have and should have gone to support long-term sustainable careers and local businesses. But instead it's being used to prop up an out-of-state corporation that's here to take advantage of us. This is not economic development, this is economic exploitation.
Annie Erzinghaus.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name's Annie Erzinghaus. Thank you for letting me speak today. So we talk about respect. I don't see Scott Andrews here today. I guess clowns are scary, maybe. So you're betting our futures on bad economic data is what's happening. There is no legitimate economist who looks at this industry and invests in this. Computation, and in turn AI, does not merely augment, frame, and shape culture. It actually becomes culture itself. Just as Google set out to index human knowledge, it became the arbiter for that knowledge. It became what people actually thought. Facebook set out to map the connections between people and became the very platform for these connections. What you have allowed into our county is fundamentally wrong. Do you want this in your kids' schools? Do you want this teaching them? That's already happening. Do you want this in your doctor's offices and grocery stores? Do you want it taking people's jobs? Do you want your thinking done for you? Because that is what is happening right now, and that is where we're heading. You've welcomed this into our community, actually, and you have now lost control of it. Control is lost. You call yourselves a regulatory body, but you can't regulate them. Their job reports are missing what has been done. You've given them more time to make a presentation to you. There are no jobs on site right now for New Mexicans, and if there are, it's limited, right? So I'm curious when we get to say, I told you so. We told you so a long time ago, and we continue to tell you so every single time we come here. Canvassers and social media influencers are being paid for this, but according to Scott Andrews, right, the only people in here, the only 50 people or so from the community, they're the only ones that are against this. But just in case, right, let's pay thousands of dollars for canvassers across the entire state of New Mexico. Let's pay social media influencers, because just in case there's some people who actually don't want this. The irony is hilarious. It's hilarious. This is a joke, and that's why we're clowns today, right? This is funny. And when we show up like this, it's not to be disrespectful in any way. I mean, Scott Andrews isn't here. Chris isn't here. How many meetings are missed because are you guys afraid of us for some reason? The irony is hilarious. What you have brought into our county and welcomed into our county is detrimental to our futures and to our culture. and to our way of thinking.
Thank you.
Abby Kepfer.
Good morning.
Morning, Abby Keffer. At the June 23rd Doña Ana County Board of County Commissioner meeting, the county's own Economic Development Director confirmed what many residents have suspected for months. Project Jupiter companies are out of compliance. Commission Chair Manuel Sanchez acknowledged that the county is a regulatory body responsible for ensuring compliance. Yet no action has been taken. Every week that passes without consequence is another week of construction in our desert, another week of water drawn from an aquifer that this entire region depends on to survive. Doña Ana County residents were promised accountability. What we are watching instead is a slow motion pattern of delay, deflection, and corporation spin, underwritten by the very government body that is supposed to protect us. Economic Development Director Denise Carter reported that Project Jupiter has failed to submit quarterly job reports and has yet to provide the environmental assessment she requested. These are not optional. They are contractual obligations attached to this public incentive package. The county approved $165 billion in industrial revenue bonds for this project in September 2025, offering tax exemptions in exchange for enforceable commitments. Yet here we are, months into an active construction, and the companies cannot manage to file a job report on time. Oracle, the project's most prominent corporate face, has made this worse by running a coordinated misinformation campaign rather than answering basic questions. Oracle has been paying canvassers to knock on New Mexicans' door, running social media ads, and hiring online influencers to shift public opinion in favor of Project Jupiter's air quality permit application, and even impersonating officials to comment in favor of those permits. A company with the resources to fund that operation has no excuse for missing a quarterly compliance deadline. Accountability requires consequences, and consequences require political will. A good start on accountability would be to fire County Manager Scott Andrews. He has mismanaged his department, failed the audit, has personally signed NDAs with Project Jupiter, and he's never even here. We demand a ban on data centers, stop Project Jupiter, and let Santa Teresa breathe.
Thank you.
Bruce Norton. Rosendo Nahar.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. My name is Rosendo Najar. I'm the business agent for Carpenters Local 1319. Last time I came before you guys, I was a proud member and president of a local that stood 1,400 members strong. We are now 1,700 members strong. I am now in town looking for a facility training center that I need to reopen because of the training and the demand that we have thanks to Project Jupiter. We had to close our training center back in 2018 in the area for lack of work for our apprentices. You know, and I know I've heard a couple of comments made that I wholeheartedly agree with. I really think the commission should consider making one of these county commission meetings in the evening. That way you can hear from your constituents. You know, people like Roxana Magdallon, who was a first period apprentice with our apprenticeship program now, who her dad is a 12-year member that had to work in Albuquerque because there was a lack of work down here for union carpenters. And now she's gonna be on site next week next to her dad as a first period apprentice. She's a graduate of Chaparral High School. People like Raul Barron, an 8th period apprentice that comes from Coronado High School. He is now moving down. He is now moving down back here because of this project with this family in Las Cruces. This project has been very beneficial to us. We currently, as the carpenters, that's fine. As the carpenters right now, we have currently 100 bodies on site that all have New Mexico license plates on their vehicles. From now until the December, we are needing approximately 400 to 500 more. That's the reason why we're opening up the training center. And when we're talking about irony, I couldn't help but stand and see the irony at the back, where the campaigns and the social media blasts and the tests being taken on the laptop all run off of data that are being promoted by data centers. So we want to use the data, but we don't want to build the facilities. We should be having a conversation how we make this infrastructure demands and the needs and talk about project labor agreements and how it benefits the community. This project is benefiting the community. It is. So I stand in strong support of Project Jupiter. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Greg White.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Greg White. I am a native of Las Cruces. I've spent most of my life in the Mesilla Valley and, for that matter, in New Mexico. I have seen the changes in the air. I've seen the changes in the temperature. I've seen the changes in our culture. And I've heard promises over the decades of it's going to be better. I don't believe this. I believe that what we're facing right now is a series of mistakes made by the Board of County Commissioners. We all make mistakes. However, we have to go forward and we have to look at what we can do as next steps to limit the negative impacts of this massive project that's going to be affecting, as we know, our water, our air, and the temperature. Doña County has been a federal non-attainment air quality zone since I was in my 20s. It's going to get worse, and that's because heat inversions create massive pools of contaminated air. And I think about the little children in the poorest part of this county. I think of the elderly people with heart conditions and lung conditions. And I see that what we have coming is a huge, huge problem with our health. I don't believe that the jobs will stay in New Mexico. 20 years ago, I had a chance to talk with the then director of the border complex, and I asked him, what percentage of your employees are from New Mexico? He said about 8%. That was then. I don't think it's changed much, and I don't really see it going to be any different because El Paso's just on the other side of the border. It's closer, and they don't have income tax. So we're going to see the, lack of economic benefits, massive problems with health. And I really hope that whatever steps you can take to go in and minimize the impacts that you do them. I thank you all for the time that you put in. I personally could not do the job you do. It's a hard job, but I will be back. And I've heard it said that there's only 50 or 60 or 80 of us. Oh no. Opposing this? Oh no. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, thank you.
Thank you.
Alberto del Campo.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Alberto del Campo. I am an organizer with New Mexico Dream Team. I am a student at NMSU and a resident of Doña County. It has been almost a year since this board basically rolled out a red carpet for Project Jupiter and approved the largest IRB in this county's history. We should be really clear about who hides behind the name Project Jupiter. These billionaires, technocrats, people like Larry Ellison and Sam Altman, their interest is to slither their way into the government, not through a democratic process, but through buying their way through the privatization of our goods and then establishing monopolies in our communities. What are we willing to sacrifice for the sake of economic development? For months, we come here asking for this body to represent us by hosting a public forum. Instead, once again, you sided with the billionaires you're supposed to regulate and turned our ask for transparency into a career fair. I attended this fair, and I talked to the reps myself. Before Bloom was brought into this project, the proposed gas turbines were set to emit 14 million tons of CO2. When I asked Bloom about their improvements to these emissions, they said, we'll be emitting 21% less. That's 10 million tons of CO2. I told them that it still sounds like a detriment to our environment, and they said, yeah, that's still a lot, but our CO2 emissions are more concentrated, and there are ways to process it. I asked, do you have plans to do so? They said we would have to wait for the project to be up and running before we can figure that out. They are creating an environmental crisis and then propping themselves up to be the solution. We've been organizing, we've been mobilizing, trying to uplift the voices of the communities most directly affected by this extractive project. One of the ways that we've done this is by recording public comments from residents in Sunland Park and Santa Teresa and playing them here for you. And what do? You silence them. These meetings are already inaccessible. I mean, 9 a.m. on a Tuesday morning, working class families and students are already excluded from this forum by design. Scott Andrews, he welcomed this project into our community. He does not represent the will of the people. He was not elected by us. It is a shame that this county even appointed him. His LinkedIn is full of #democracy, #empathy, #compassion. He praises himself to be someone who puts communities first. At the same tune, he takes any opportunity possible to disregard and minimize the voices that make so many sacrifices to show up here. These meetings are not accessible. If we really have been bringing 50 people here consistently, that means we're doing something right. And look today, new faces are here. You went on record and said that anyone who isn't here is in support. That is a blatant lie. Why then would Oracle spend thousands of dollars in ad campaigns, giving influencers a script and a check, paying canvassers $25 an hour to falsify comments in support of this project if there wasn't a dire need to manufacture consent? He should resign or he should be fired. I wouldn't be surprised if behind closed doors, he's advocating for removing public comment altogether. This board has put more energy into regulating us than regulating these billion-dollar corporations. You have a responsibility to your constituents. Revoke the IRB, stop Project Jupiter, and let Santa Teresa breathe.
Ruby Kaya? Jim Horst?
Good morning.
Good morning. I guess I don't have to announce my name anymore. Three things. Yesterday, I went to the natatorium. What a wonderful facility. I don't know who did what. I don't know what the county did, what the city did. I don't know which county commissioners worked on that project, but it's a great project. Thank you very much. So then now I got to talk about Jupiter like everybody else. I keep hearing that the data center threatens our water, including our drinking water. Doña Ana County uses 400 million gallons of water a day. 350 million gallons of that is used for agriculture. About 300 million gallons are used for pecans. 40,000 gallons are used for drinking and household use. The highest estimate for Jupiter is 1 million gallons a day. That's 0.25%. Whatever needs to be done in this county to conserve water, whatever we do or don't do, Jupiter will be a very minor factor. They are not pumping the water back into the aquifer or dumping any water into the river. It's just simple water usage. Every property uses water. Every business uses water. It's 5% of our tax base. 1/4% of our water is a reasonable exchange for 5% of our tax base. Regarding moratoriums on data centers, no. Governments have no right to ask technology to slow down while they catch up. Legislators have an obligation to keep up. As hard as that is, you need to understand technology, and if you don't, you need to find people you trust who do. But it's your job to keep up with society, not to slow society and technology down to your speed. You have to speed up. That's the demand of the 21st century and democratic government. Legislators are responsible for keeping up. Don't ask society and technology to slow down. That's a mistake. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Eileen Dover.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's kind of a circus in here, isn't it? You gonna drink with me? I'm a drag artist in this community. And I really want to make sure that we're protecting the art that makes this community special. I had a whole speech this morning, and I really just don't like the fact that we are being surveilled before the surveillance gets put in. I know that everyone is, like we said, everyone is talking about water, which is definitely part of it, but I think we should also be talking about the fact that we are being watched. And you guys are saying yes to those things. My face can be ripped and used for anything. And because you're public servants, so could yours. We need to make sure that the things that we're already policing in this room, like names, those can be changed with AI, and things can be used against our will. So many things can be used against our will. It's exhausting to come here week after week and feel like I'm not being listened to, that we're not being listened to. And I do think that you should see that I hate what you guys are doing in the community a whole lot more than I hate morning drag. And getting my makeup done. And mind you, a lot of us are missing things. I had to wake up early and take my mother to work. She's disabled. A lot of us are going to be disabled at some point in our life. And we are going to further disable ourselves if we are saying yes to this project, which is going to hurt many individuals in this community, marginalized community members. Let Santa Teresa breathe. Stop Project Jupiter. Protect the community. Protect yourself. God. Some self-preservation would be great. But I do ask, with my last 30 seconds, that if you are not willing to do what you need to do, please resign. Heal, grow, learn, but let someone else who can take this spot seriously.
Brandy,
Yes.
I want to say I'm sorry for that name you had to read out.
I
This
missed
is
that
part of
one.
being disrespectful. Well, we think this is funny, and I get it. You all think this is performance. This is a way of protest. When we ask for respect, we ask simply for respect because that's what we want to give to each other. But this is the type of bar jokes and funny things that we want to do. So if there are continue to be names like this, please, Brandy, if you see, I know you're trying to do your best, please don't read it. But for that, I'm sorry that you had to read that.
Thank you. Sierra Edmister?
Good morning.
This is a song I wrote for you guys. Your Majesties, horns are adorned with borrowed crowns. Oh, but I bet you feel so profound, sitting way up there in your hand-me-downs. How does it feel holding the torch and its history, hand looking scorched as you mistreat the very ones you swore to you weren't the wolf? Ah, ooh. Oh, what a tragedy, the space between the beating of your heart and your hardened head. As you sit there upon your throne, made of paper, titles don't need air to breathe, but you and me, we take care to listen to the cries of the warming sun. Your Majesties, do I address you correctly? Do I impress you with my speech? Are you displeased with my grief leaks and dirties up the halls of your castle? Ba-da-da-da-ooh. Oh, what a tragedy, the space between. Oh, the beating of your heart and your hardened head. Well, after everything is dried up and gone, and I'm not here to sing you this song, will you cry out your pleas to the lonely night? Will you face the price? When the flames of deals you made, they make their way back around, bound to burn you twice. Oh, what a tragedy, this space between.
Thank you. Thank you. That's enough. Thank you.
Linda Shotgrass?
Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. I'd like to share a letter that I received from an El Paso citizen that shares our air and water, Dr. Powell, and I don't know who to present it to.
Thank you.
I remember when a Sargo was in El Paso, and it affected the air quality that we have here in Las Cruces. So I think part of this process and need for vetting, what is all involved, and that involves us as citizens to be educated onto what's going to happen is we were affected by a Sargo. El Paso took care of that. We felt the benefit of their decisions. We are neighbors. We share water. I went to a meeting back in March with water experts that were telling us we're already in water bankruptcy. And we, even though we may benefit money-wise, money doesn't create water, and we share our water with El Paso. And we share our air quality with El Paso. We need El Paso Electric for our power, and their rates have gone up. And this all affects our lives on both sides of the border. So I think this issue needs to be explored more. It wasn't necessarily shared with the public soon enough to be investigated fully. And so I think the moratorium is a good idea so we can get more information and actually see the effects in other places as to what they're experiencing in other states. The letter I gave you refers to Georgia and the quality of life that has been affected in that area, and they're suffering greatly. And my concern is, what is going to be the mechanism of accountability? Because it's been difficult to manage this issue well with the lack of our legislative accountability in terms of what's already happened, because it's not gone through due process, and that concerns me greatly. And I'm hopeful for a moratorium and a rest until we can really know more of what's going to happen with this. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
John Thompson.
Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm kind of short.
If you need to, the very tip you can.
There's something that I can do.
The tip of the microphone you can also turn down, so that kind of there you go. Yeah.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Sure.
I back before you voted to go ahead with the Project Jupiter issues, I wrote to all of the commissioners and asked, please delay that decision. We don't have enough information. You don't have complete information either, and apparently you didn't do your homework, or you would know that these promises of all these jobs never materialize at data centers. They always promise far more than they are able to give. And it disappoints me that that homework wasn't done. And it disappoints me that you haven't stopped this construction yet. It is not too late. Other places have had to stop the building of data centers, and you can do that too, and I hope you will. It impresses me that, one, I would expect that young people would say, oh yeah, data centers, good stuff, and new technology. And yet it is almost always the young people who are here speaking out against this project. There's a reason for that. And the reason is they're looking out for their own health and the health of their community members. And I think that that's what the Board of County Commissioners should be doing also. instead of getting these already rich people made even richer, you should be taking care of the least of ours.
Thank you.
Teresa Campbell? Ana Rodriguez?
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Ana Rodriguez, resident of Doña County. I want to express my opposition to Project Jupiter. As a lot of people have expressed before me, there are valid and factual concerns about its negative impact on our air quality, water usage, water pollution, noise pollution, our ability to live healthy and thrive in Doña County. But what I'm more concerned about is the government of Doña County. County commissioners' inability to hear its constituents. I was irate to hear a comment on a meeting saying that they were the same 12 people against Project Jupiter. And that's why I'm here, to tell you that we are not 12, that most of your constituents cannot attend on a Tuesday morning to these meetings. We have to make a living. We have to go to work. Because people are not here, it doesn't mean that they are not against Project Jupiter. If you are not able to hear the outcry of your constituents, you don't deserve to be a public servant. Maybe we are not able to come here every meeting, but we vote. And if you are our representatives, please listen to us. What I'm asking you is to find a way to stop Project Jupiter. If you found a way to approach Project Jupiter with incomplete information and blank pages, now find a way to stop it, please. Project Jupiter is already not in compliance with job reports and is making fraudulent comments about their air permits. And your constituents are against this project. Please stop Project Jupiter. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it. All right. I think that was the last person. I appreciate everybody else hopefully as we move forward, we'll get better with this process. So, but thank you all for showing up and participating in public comment this morning.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Commissioner Kimball.
I'd like to say thank you to everybody who spoke today, and I just feel like it was calmer with everybody able to sit down and wait your turn to stand up. Because I know some people come very early to sign in, some people come a little bit later and they get at the bottom of the list and they don't even know if we'll get to them. So I appreciate how this worked today, and I hope that you understand we did it to make it calmer. And I got to see you all sit in your seats and then stand up when it was time to speak, and I appreciate that. So I hope that you'll bear with us as we make this change and move forward in the meetings with this type of public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Commission input? Actually, is there any commission input at this time? No. I do have a couple of comments. I did want to say one thing. The structure of these county commission meetings really don't allow themselves for conversation. And I think that's one of the things we as commissioners do not respond to public input. It's the time for the public to be able to provide their input, say their piece. And so it's not really, occasionally you'll hear us pipe in and ask a couple of questions just so we can try to get maybe support or things like that. But it's not structured for conversation. And even when we open it up when we have under action items and we're determining whether we're going to approve items, it really doesn't, we're not there and back and forth. And so I think I wanted to share that because this past week I did have 2 community meetings in Radium Springs and in Garfield. And I wanted to say thank you to everybody that showed up, because those meetings, that to me allowed for a little more back and forth. Conversations at times got a little passionate, understandably. Some of it, we got to address concerns in the community, and we scheduled an hour. Both of those meetings went for about 2 hours each. And I appreciated it because the conversation, of course, Project Jupiter did come up, but that did allow for a little more back and forth with the constituents. And so for those that came out and even all the way out to Garfield, at the northern end of our county, I appreciated the conversation that happened. But it just becomes more evident, like I say, when people come up for public input, we can't have those direct conversations and understanding of, what did we, what information did we have? What do we do to make our decision? What were we considering? Those are types of things that don't normally come up in this type of structure. So just wanted to share that. I know I'll be having a couple more community meetings here in the near future. So once we do, we'll announce those for myself in my district. But we will make sure, like I said, we let the public know, and really do appreciate everybody that showed up to my meetings in both Radium Springs and to Garfield and participated in the discussion. I especially want to thank my assistant, Susie Cordero, for the help of organizing it, our Roads and Engineering Department, our Codes Department, Facilities, HHS. Thank you all for coming and participating and helping give some updates on what's going on with the different departments. I did also want to say, I know there's, over the past week, I'd say probably the past 2 weeks, there's been a lot of accusations regarding Project Jupiter, the NMED air permit process, and the comments that were being submitted. Particularly the fact that we've seen some people that had been receiving notices that they had submitted input when they didn't. Even more disturbing that it's happened to elected leaders across the state, as well as other leaders in the community. And so I appreciate everybody lending their voice to say, to encourage an investigation. I know the Attorney General will be, it sounds like they'll be doing an investigation. I think this process should be 100% transparent and honest. Nobody's name should be used inappropriately, either for or against. And so I'm also very, I know when I had a discussion with Oracle, and I know they came out with a public input, they have noted they will participate in any investigation with the Attorney General's office, with NMED, to hopefully identify who and how those names may have been submitted inappropriately. So I really appreciate all parties, because it should be a transparent process, and we are encouraged by the fact that the Attorney General will look into this. So hopefully we'll get some answers for this. I know I think we're going to have some other Project Jupiter updates here in a little bit from Economic Development, but I did want to say one other thing. I know in conversations with them, we do hope to have a plan here within the next few weeks that will discuss their renewable energy plan and carbon offsets and/or a mix of. I don't know yet any details, but they have indicated that that is coming in the very near future. So once we as a county get that, if they have not released that to the public, we will release that to the public so that everybody's aware of the plan as they've pivoted to fuel cells. We will make sure that we get that information out to the community. And then just one other last item, something that came up last week that is troubling, because we've talked about water, and I know there's a huge concern about water usage. In our neighboring Luna County, the federal government has been working to expand construction of the border wall. As we've seen over the past year, almost 2 years, the federal government has, in my mind, abused the definition of what is federal lands, to the point that we've seen not just them reassigning the Roosevelt Reservation to being part of an Army base so that they can arrest people for quote-unquote trespassing, and then the move from BLM lands, public lands, south of Highway 9 to being managed by the Department of Defense. Now we're getting reports that DHS, in their effort to build the border wall, has been drilling wells in that Roosevelt Reservation without state permits. They claim that, so these wells are unmetered, they're utilizing them for the concrete, and they claim because it's in the Roosevelt Reservation, it's federal land, and they are not subject to state law. And I know that's something that the state of engineer has indicated that is not correct. And so I'm hoping that the Attorney General and/or the state will bring resources to bear to regulate that and to bring them in compliance, because I know that I've seen reports from local ranchers that they have continued to see their wells that they use for their livestock and other things unable to provide water as they are because of the immense use by the federal government, and there is no metering or understanding of how much they're using. So just wanted to bring that to everybody's attention, and I do hope that, hopefully as we continue to see the federal government abuse their lands, that we bring that under control. So thank you. If there are no other commission input, then I'll open it up for elected officials input. No? Madam Assessor? Or Madam Clerk? Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Gameros, Commissioner Kimball, Gina, Eugenia Montoya-Ortega, Assessor, Doña County. Our office is just really busy working on all the stuff that we've got to get done. Our appraisers are working on getting their protests resolved. But one thing that I'd like to share with the public is if anybody ever has any questions on educating themselves about their notices of value or anything about their properties, please don't hesitate to reach out. We are here to help. We're actually looking at how we can maybe educate our people, our customers, our taxpayers. We feel like a lot of people have questions, but they're hesitant to reach out. Please reach out so that we can educate you and maybe help you understand more about your notices of value or the value of your property. Another thing that I wanted to bring up, being that the postage just went up, we actually have the opportunity for all of our taxpayers to receive their notices of value e-notice. So I would like to make a plea for customers. This is going to be the third year now coming in January, that your notice can come via email. And this would actually help our county save money. I'm very against wasting our taxpayer dollars. And if I can help save this county any money in any way, shape, and or form, I would like to make that plea to the public to please look at your notice of value that you got this last year. The instructions are on there, and if you have any questions, once again, please reach out. But I would like to see more of our taxpayers receive their notices via email. So once again, if anybody has any questions, our office is here to serve. And thanks for their time. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Oh. All right. Okay, next item, staff input.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to invite Denise Carter up for the first presentation.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Denise Carter with Economic Development. I come to talk to you about the town hall. I understand our constituents requested a town hall, and I know they're waiting for an actual date. So based on your suggestions, thank you very much for responding to the emails. One of the suggestions was to create a Project Jupiter Town Hall Committee. And what is that exactly going to do? We're going to invite our constituents to apply to be part of the committee. The application that you're seeing on your screen and a copy that I just handed you will ask for their contact information, whichever district they live in. We're going to keep the application open through July 31st. And then you will sort through the applications and select 2 of your constituents to represent your district in that committee. Our chair will be able to select 3 constituents to represent your district. We're gonna end up with a committee conformed of 11 constituents from Doña County. And what these constituents would do is would help us look at the questions that have been submitted about the project, will help us look at who the subject matter experts are or who we should engage with, and would help us plan the town hall. This is an opportunity and an invitation that we're extending to our constituents to be part of the Project Jupiter Town Hall Planning Committee so that they can participate, they can get involved, and they can help us plan this town hall that has been requested. Once you have an opportunity to review through the application, if you have any edits or any changes you would like to make, if you can please send them to us. The application is going to be available digitally online in English and Spanish, and also printed copies will be available if anyone wants to come in and complete in person.
Would it be possible for at least to be able to share this information with Commissioner Salvador Hernandez and Commissioner Chaparro so that they're aware? I know they're not here today, but then that way, you know, if we come back here in, on the 28th, and I guess for sure, like get everything together and a thumbs up, you know, then that way they're ready for the discussion at that point.
Yes, absolutely. I do want to thank our digital communication team for moving so quickly and allowing us to have an application to showcase today.
Okay.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Yes.
As we're starting these town hall meetings, who will be the moderator? Who will run the meetings?
We first will need to put the committee together, and then our constituents will help us with who the moderator should be. This is us giving an invitation to them to be part of a committee so that they can decide who the moderator should be. We understand there's a lot of distrust, there's a lot of misinformation where they feel that we're not providing factual information to them. So part of the responsibilities in applying to sit in this committee is assisting us with who should moderate those town halls.
I think maybe we should put an application together for a moderator at the same time so those applications can come in.
Okay.
So we pick a neutral person to be the moderator that could run those meetings and keep them on track. And then as the committees develop, we don't have to wait another 30 days to do that.
Okay.
So let's put an application together as well for a moderator who can run a meeting, who can keep it under control, who can answer questions, help us decide who needs to be on the panel or the answers or whatever. So if you don't mind, I'd like to see an application for a moderator as well.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, if I can just ask for some quick clarification on that. If we just do an application for a volunteer moderator, or should we go ahead and do an RFP for a paid moderator? Just understanding that we may have some very skilled people who would be willing to volunteer, but we may need to hire a professional or well-trained person.
You know what? I think it would be a good idea to have funds in there in case we need to hire a professional one, and I'd like to have the meetings transcribed as well. So that would take some cost as well. Maybe a court reporter or something like that in there to transcribe everything so we don't come away with just memories.
Yeah.
So I would like to put some funding in there, yes. So I guess an RFP.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Gamados.
Thank you. So Denise, when will this be, will be posted onto the website, the application?
I will go ahead and send an email with the attachment to all of you, including Commissioner Chaparro and Commissioner Salvador Hernandez. I will await if you all want to make any edits or any suggestions. And as soon as you're all comfortable with how the document looks, then we can post it on the website.
Are you giving us a deadline? Because July 31st, they have to complete that application. That's like
If
2
we
and some
need
weeks,
to
right?
move the deadline based on, your feedback and what we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
We'll give something to chew on before figuring out, like, so just before we, when we come back to our next meeting with all 5 of us here.
Thank you so much. I also do have updates. I know a couple of you were able to meet with Oracle representatives last week. Thank you so much for making the time. They did provide some information when it came to the construction jobs, because I know that was information that had been requested. So from October of 2025 to the end of June 2026, the construction workforce headcount reached over 2,200 jobs, 20% of those being New Mexico residents. They are working with Doña Ana Community College to set up trainings for what they call the critical operations positions, and those are gonna be your full-time positions, the 750 full-time jobs that are being enforced through the Project Participation Agreement, the LIDA agreement. They are set to come and provide a report to you all on July 28th. The companies will be here. For those of you that did not have an opportunity to meet with Oracle last week, feel free to send me an email. I can help arrange a meeting with them because they're gonna be here on July 28th. There's also been questions about the environmental assessments. To date, the environmental assessment that they provided in August of 2025, it was currently needed for the project to continue moving forward. If there are any other requirements for another environmental assessment or another environmental study that needs to be done, they will get that done. But the one that was submitted in August 2025 fulfills the requirement to date. That was another question that came up. Also, any document.
Another question came up, though. When they changed their application, we didn't get information on that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
Their environmental application. They changed the application when they changed to the fuel cells, and I don't believe we got that, did we? No, I think that. And that's not a requirement?
I don't believe that does, just because I believe that application goes to an MED. And so other than for us to be, and maybe I'm wrong, I think we're just kind of more of an FYI.
And we didn't get that.
We did receive some documentation pertaining to the application, ma'am, and it is available on the website, but I will forward the email to you.
So they're giving information to you, it's just not getting to us.
We uploaded to the website. I believe we did send an email to you all, but I'll make sure that you do get it.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, yes, as Denise indicated, we did send an email. The commissioners to avoid a rolling quorum, we did just blind copy you all on what they had provided. We have taken all of the environmental documents, as Denise indicated, and uploaded them to the county's website under that Project Jupiter tab that Digital Communications showed last week. And that does include that original environmental assessment and their applications on the air quality permit.
And as a final update, I do want to thank our IT department. They have helped us develop a secure mechanism so that now the companies can provide the full-time employment information with employee information. So we now have a secure mechanism that they'll be able to submit the information. We do have a compliance meeting set up with all companies this coming Friday.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Gameros.
So our next meeting, Project Jupiter representatives are going to be here to give us information on
July 28th.
July 28th, yes. So on that day, whatever they present to us, can you make sure that we get that information beforehand if it's in our packet?
Absolutely.
Thanks. And then I would also like to see it under the Project Jupiter tab as well, so people can go ahead. So I think every time that they're presenting to us that information, that document, go into that area as well.
Absolutely.
Possible. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Kimball, do you have any other questions? Okay. Yeah, I think as long as we I think if we can continue on making sure that we utilize the web page and continue, I think as long as we're all in the loop of what's going on and try to share that as much as we can with the public, I think that's obviously will behoove us and, continue to try to work towards, just trying to make sure that we're holding, being clear as to what and how we're holding them accountable. But appreciate understanding, at least getting some of the job numbers. I know that's, I think part of my understanding that part of the issue is that because LEDA funding was not tied to the construction jobs per se, that was why they were saying, that was a comment that though there's nothing to submit a report. But, I think finally, pushing to finally get these numbers, even though, understand how many are New Mexico residents, how many are union members and so on is still a key piece. So that way we can share that information out.
Absolutely. And for anyone wanting to look at the paperwork, there is now a Project Jupiter button on our main Doña County website. So if you go to the main page, you're going to see on the top right-hand side, there is now a Project Jupiter button. When you go into that site, you'll be able to look through the agreements. You'll be able to download any information, anything that we get. There's now a direct link.
Awesome. I see it here on the top right next to translate. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Denise. Do we have any other staff providing inputs? Come on up. Looks like our detention center has an update.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez, Commissioners, Captain Ben Mendoza, Detention Center. So I'm here to provide an update on the transition of services for medical mental health services from Yes Care over to Thrive Medical Services. I'm happy to report that it's continuing to be a good transition. It's going smoothly. Medicated assisted treatment, the MAT program. We were very excited to see that they were providing us induction services for that. And as of today, we have a total of 17 individuals who have been inducted. So I'm very glad to report that. Today I have Tyson McKinney with me. He's the CEO of Thrive Medical Services. Also, Kelsey, she is the Director of Nursing for Thrive. And Kathy, she is the compliance manager for the department. I'd like to introduce them to you and let Tyson go ahead and provide a little bit more of an update for you all.
Awesome, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, everybody. So we signed our contract on June 2nd of 2026 to start services on June 22nd. On June 3rd, we actually already had their pharmacy initiated for them to be able to order medications because there was a lack of medication usage at the facility with the transition coming over. So they were full up and running with that. We were able to retain over 90% of the medical staff. We did that with signing bonuses, staff increases in pay. We also, the 10% of positions that are empty at the moment, we actually already have applicants that have been given offer letters to fill those positions. So we will have it fully staffed within the next couple of weeks. We had the EHR, the electronic health record, up and running within, I believe, actually the day before our startup. They had already transitioned all the records. We implemented our MAT mod implementation the same day that we started. We have been able to induct 17 patients since we began for a total of, I believe, over 30 patients now that are on the MAT program. That is going to increase as well with the law that has been in place that began July 1st. We actually partner with a company called Renew Health to streamline the reentry program as well for these patients, to be able to continue that medication, whether that's through telehealth services or going on site when they are released, also with other community resources that they have, that the whole county has. So and that is about all the update that I have currently, with us just starting at the end of the month of June. The data that we have on our EHR is pretty limited at the moment, but for the next quarter, we will have a robust amount of data to bring and implement or show. So,
Well, thank you.
Absolutely.
I appreciate, I think, one, how quickly you all were able to step in, given the situation we had at the detention center. Captain, I know you're dealing with it a lot, so appreciate you and the team working to help us get through that, all those different steps. But appreciate feeling like we're in a better spot now, especially for anybody that happens to be at the detention center. So thank you. Commissioners, questions? Okay. Thank you and welcome to the team.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just a couple additional comments, kind of tagging on what Denise stated. Do want to make it clear for the public that per the direction the board had kind of given us from previous meetings in June, we did have some tough discussions directly with Oracle. They have been responsive. That is why we did receive the documents that are now up on our website. People may not understand. I know the board gets it, but just again, to make sure the public understands, if there's an issue of compliance with the IRB, the board can't simply just yank the IRB instantly. The IRB itself has language that requires the board provide notice to the company, give them an opportunity to cure the deficiency, and then if they do not respond appropriately or cure it adequately, then the board can take additional steps. So just want everybody to understand kind of where that process is right now, and you'll be able to make better decisions after the presentation on the 28th as to whether you feel that they are back in compliance or not. Do also want to update the board. We have had ongoing conversations with the City of Sunland Park regarding the CRUA dissolution. Our last conversation was productive, and we anticipate being able to bring back more to the chair and the vice chair on this side, hopefully within the next 30 days. We are reaching out right now to some of the major landowners and developers in the area to see if they have a preference of being served by the City of Sunland Park or by the county upon the dissolution. And once we have that will go in with the engineering studies and come back for that recommendation on service areas. And that is, I believe, it, unless there's any alibis from the staff. Nope, nobody moved fast enough. That is it for staff input, sir.
Awesome. Okay. Commission appointed board report backs? Okay. I don't have any either. Before we get into presentations, would you all be okay to entertain like a 10-minute break? I don't want to defend if we need to take any type of bio breaks. I know, but with just the three of us, as soon as someone leaves the board, we won't have a quorum, so just want to avoid that. Okay, so we'll be back at 11:17 or so. Okay, sorry for the little bit extended time. It is 11:26 and we'll get ready to get started. All right, we're on to presentations. Agenda item number 11, which is Doña County's 250th celebration, highlighting attendance and community engagement. And I'd like to welcome up Miss Gloria Maldonado, and I know not coming up at the moment, but also Mr. Travis Brown as well. And I'll turn it over to you, Gloria.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioner. I'm here today to do a quick, brief recap of the 250th celebration. We'll kind of go over our accomplishments, attendance, community impact, and some of the key outcomes of the event. Alrighty. So from the beginning, our vision, sorry, that went too far, or somebody's moving it. Okay. So from the beginning, our vision was to create a free, family-friendly celebration that everyone in Doña could attend. This was a 3-day celebration that brought together live entertainment, local vendors, community partners. It had interactive attractions. We had a nightly drone show. We did do a groundbreaking for the amphitheater. And most importantly, we provided a safe and welcoming environment for the community to gather. So for our attendance, overall, I think we had a great turnout. For the 3 nights, we had a total of 11,000 visits. The attendance grew nightly. It started off kind of slow on Tuesday, with our biggest attendance being on Thursday with over 7,000 visitors joining us. We did see our visitor increase. They were there for an average of about 2 hours. So they were, community was engaged. They had things to do and they enjoyed the celebration. So this was our last night of the drone show. The stands were completely full, which was really great to see. And I think overall we had a great turnout. With that, I am going to hand it over to Ariana. She's going to go over our social media, and she'll go over that real quick.
Hi, Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. Just wanted to go over some of the marketing that we did for this event. So you can see here we did a lot of different analytics, but in total, we had over 1 million views in regards to promoting the 250th event. So this was a great campaign for us. We really got the word out there, whether it was through some silly TikToks or some very educational, Facebook and Instagram photos and videos. We were able to get the word out there. And then just to show you as well the amazingness of this campaign, we were also able to get a lot of comments. So like Gloria said, this really resonated well with the community. A lot of this was comments that we received after the event, so people thanking the county for having this free event, for providing a positive community event for people to go to. Also in person, we got a lot of good comments as far as how much was available for the kids. So not only was it an adult event, it was for all ages. People were excited about the musical acts and everything like that as well. And lastly, here's some additional marketing efforts. So we showed you the social media, which had over 1 million views. But on top of that, starting in April, we had begun different marketing efforts. A lot of it was earned media, and then some of it was paid media. So our paid media, we did ads in the Las Cruces Bulletin, in the El Camino newspaper, and that's in Spanish. And then we did there's screens all around the city of Las Cruces. They're called Hutton screens. They're on lots of different gyms and restaurants and things like that. So we did ads on there. We did ads on our own rotunda screen, so as people were coming into the commission meetings and coming around the building, they were understanding of the event that was happening. On top of that, we did commercials, radio ads, collaborations with the city, flyers sent to all the different school districts, so just a lot of stuff there. And then before I hand it back over to Gloria, I just wanted to show you guys a little video that my team put together. This video really encapsulates how the week went. just a lot of really great community feedback that we received, and also just showcasing our community. And it's really great to being able to bring people together, and we really had a good time capturing that as well.
Thank you, Ariana. And just for a final recap, as far as our budget, we were allowed 1.1 million. We spent about $750,000. Out of that, 300,000 was stayed locally within El Paso, Las Cruces area. And we also did collect about $12,000 or $12,000 from our vendors that participated in the event. I'm going to go ahead and give the opportunity to Mr. Brown to come up here real quick and share his feedback with the vendors. He's the one who had the most contact with them, and he was our partner as far as event management. So I'll give him a few minutes to come up here and just talk.
Thank you, Gloria. Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, Commissioner. First off, I want to say that it was tremendous opportunity and a great pleasure to be able to be a part of this. I think it was a fantastic event. I think you as the commission and the county as a whole taking this on and providing this sort of thing to the community is something that we need more of, and I was glad to be a part of it. And the vendors, every vendor that I spoke to was very adamant about they would like to be invited back if this is done in the future. Intentionally, we kept the number of vendors down slightly over what maybe people would have expected to see, but that was done purposefully so that each of them would do well. They would financially be able to recoup their costs and hope that it would get out that this was a very good event and they would want to come back. And it being a first-time event, that was something that we wanted to make sure that we felt like the vendors needed to also enjoy the event and have a good event themselves. One gentleman who has been coming to the fair for about 50 years, I invited him specifically. He's been involved with our community for a lot of years, and he told me Wednesday morning after I said, I know it was a little slow Tuesday, but it's going to pick up, don't worry. He said, you know, I've been to a lot of first-time events in the 50 years I've been doing this, and first-time events never do well, they never make money, but it's an investment for the future. And so I'm just glad to be here and looking forward to coming back if the opportunity presents itself. When he was picking up Thursday night at midnight and I asked him how it had gone, he said, I don't know how you guys did it, but this was a tremendous event. One of the only times as a first-time event that I've actually done well and actually sold out a product. So I think we accomplished the goal of not only providing a great community event, but providing an event that was good for the vendors, gave them an opportunity as well to do some good. And again, I want to stress, when you're thinking about how this all came about, the fact that it happened very quickly, it's one of the busiest times of the year. With it being the 250th celebration, there were more events than normal. So when you take, I would hope that when you consider the performance of the event as well as much effort that the staff put into it, you consider those things. It's first-time event during July 4th, the 250th celebration of the nation's capital. Lots of people already have other plans going on, whether it's to do other things, to go out of town. There's so many competing opportunities locally between El Paso. They were providing free events. So the fact that you had 11,000 people, I think actually was tremendous. And I congratulate you and the staff on a fantastic event. And again, we were happy to be a part of it.
Awesome. Thank you.
And with that, that is all we have for our presentation. I just want to thank all of the Doña County departments that came together and worked tirelessly to get this done. We were working at a really fast pace. Everybody from OEM, facilities, finance, all of us just kind of came together, and it, all came together at the end. So I just want to say thank you to everybody, and thank you all for believing in us and giving us the opportunity to do this. We stand for any questions.
Commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chair, a comment. Gloria, I think it was amazing. And yes, I think you and staff did an amazing job pulling this off so quickly because you had a very little bit of time. And you guys, you managed to do it so well. I showed up on the 2nd, And that was a day where there was most amount of people, and there was quite a bit of people. And I could just see people were just so happy, they were excited. As I was leaving the parking lot, there was just more and more people coming in. So it was really nice for the county to finally do an event for people to go in for free, other than them having to buy their drinks and their food. But I know a lot of people really loved it, and I thought that was amazing. And so I would like to see that, for us to do that again the following year. I know that was neat. And I do understand there was a lot of competing factors out there as well. But even then, I thought that was amazing just to see how many people did show, with other venues having celebrations out there. So it was amazing. You guys did an awesome job. So thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to say I was out there 2 of the 3 days. I don't think I was there the Wednesday. Anyway, I really want to commend the staff that was there so many hours. You all were out there smiling, talking to people, and not just y'all, but then we had animal services out there. We had codes out there. There were so many different departments out there engaging with people, and there were long hours, and it was hot. And I appreciate how much fun y'all made it look like. Even if inside you were going, I am so tired, I can't move. It was fun. It was a really good job. And I saw Ariana at the end of the day when I was leaving, and I was like, oh, you have to be tired. She goes, oh my God, do I look tired? No, but I know you're tired. I know you are, because y'all have been out there for so long in the heat. And it really was a fun and great event, and we really enjoyed it. So my husband and I and our daughter and her husband, and then our 5-year-old granddaughter went. Everybody found something to have fun at. So it was really well done. We enjoyed it a lot. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to think, there was so many, why so many people were out on the Thursday, on the 2nd? It's because we did the groundbreaking for the amphitheater. I know everybody was there to see that, and everybody was excited. But no, thank you, Gloria. You and the team did an amazing job. It was, I just like the other commissioner said, it was really cool to see the community, come out and react the way that they did. I know the first day on the 30th, you had the Mexico World Cup game that you all were competing with. Then the first, you had the U.S. World Cup game you were competing with. But even then, you still had people that showed up. It was really cool. I know it, I think like Travis said, it being the first time, it was still cool, especially to imagine by the 3rd day, we got as many people as we did. And as Commissioner Kimball said, to the staff that was there, all the different teams, from fire to animal control to the treasurer's office we had almost every department represented out there. And to you all, thank you so much for coming out and representing Doña County to the community. DASO, state police, it was, but it was really cool because my kiddos came out, and it was just like they wanted to just go and explore themselves, and they did. They were totally busy, and they loved it. And I think the drone show was awesome, and I felt like it was cool to see, when you're just walking around, you don't really recognize how many people are actually attending the event. But for the drone show, when you went to the end and saw how many people sat on the bleachers from the Speedway, and it was like, wow, there are a bunch of people here. And so that was really cool. And the drone show was something I've never seen. I know, I've seen on videos online or whatever, especially as we were building up to this. But to see this live was really freaking cool because of the way they did the rockets. You see the eagle with the flames, the rockets with the flames, talking about the chilies, talking about the whole area. It was really well done. So kudos to you all. And the one last thing to you all, to Audie and the rest of the social media team, y'all hit it out of the park with the coordination with the city of Las Cruces. I loved every bit of those. the way it fit into basically almost a week of entertainment from both the county and the city. Super job. And I'm looking forward to even future collaborations with the city, how we do this, because I think, like I said, part of us doing quality of life and events was to provide our community members for access to entertainment and something that doesn't cost an arm and a leg. So thank you so much, Gloria.
Thank you. That's all for our presentation. Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, agenda item number 12, presentation on county-wide building signage. Mr. Justin Weaver.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez. Good morning, Commission. So this is a presentation on the countywide signage. This was an initiative that was started by my predecessor, and it wasn't completely followed through, or at least presented to the Commission. So with this, I want to go ahead and present some of the options that we've looked at with the architect. And essentially, I'm just asking for a little bit of direction from the Commission. And I want to point out that we started looking at this when the county seal was changed. We have a couple facilities that still have the county seal up on the building, and what we were looking at doing was getting that seal off of the building, but we're also looking at potentially moving a lot of the signage onto a monument sign. What that does is in the event that we change the facility's purpose or anything in the future, it makes it a little bit easier and more financially friendly to make those changes. So with that, so our signage option one, what we were looking at was the Oregon Mountains and kind of more of an organic kind of look. So this one here would be one of our low monument signages. This has more of a neutral palette to it. Even though we do have some of the colors of our current logo, it's the blues, and it's a little bit more modest, I feel, as far as what we're putting in here. So I'll just kind of run through a couple. This is what it would look like on Government Center. We were looking at only doing it at Government Center as far as signage on the building. Other buildings, we were looking at doing the monument signage, as I previously stated. This is what it could potentially look like roadside. Signage option two, again, we were looking at more of the organic. What we looked at was the Ocotillo cactus. So with that, we were able to put together a couple renditions. This right here, same thing, it has more of a neutral color palette. On the far left side, you'll kind of see that Ocotillo is being constructed out of rebar or wrought iron metal to actually get that. So it would be a solid permanent piece that would be fixed to the side. And then at the bottom here, we have the building signage for option two that would be on Government Center. And that's that second option. This is what it could look like roadside. Our third option, we were looking at the cottonwood tree and grass. Again, it's more the organic and what we have going on throughout the county. More of the neutral color palette, and it includes the cottonwood is more of an organic, almost kind of looks like a root on both sides. So there we have the monument signage and of course the building signage, and then this is what it could potentially look like. That's the sign out front here of Government Center. And that's what our monument sign could look like. Here we started looking at contemporary options. I'm sorry, it was a little bit out of order. So these are our contemporary options. This had the inclusion of the county logo, not our county seal. This also has the navy colors and is a little bit more announcing at our entrances. So this is what it could potentially look like at our monument sign at the entrance and then on Government Center itself. With me just a sec. Signage option number 5, this is again another contemporary option that we were looking at that includes the county logo. This would be the monument signage at the front. This has the what would be constructed out of metal and then stucco at the top. We're looking to utilize metal as more of a rusted. It leans towards fire or more of organic, what we're trying to look for when we're bringing these signage. So this is what it could potentially look like, monument sign and building signage, and then this is what it could potentially look like, option number 6. And again, these are more contemporary designs. Our final design was, this was one of the ones that we kind of got to. I feel it's more prominent. It displays our county colors. It's a little bit more in your face. I don't know how to say it, but it's a little bit more, it announces. And that's something that we're looking at is as we start creating these facilities throughout the county, we need to have an identity. We need to make sure that when we're pulling into these communities, that when we're pulling up, it says Doña County, and it's really drawing us to this. So this is what it could potentially look like if backlit. This is more of the medium monument signage. So we, depending on the size of the facility and of course the purpose, we'd be looking at different monument signages that would be placed out based on its purpose. And again, that's what the smaller one could look like, illuminated at night. And then this is our small monument signage that could be placed at employee entrances and stuff like that. That's what it could be. This one we didn't do backlit. This one we did forelit, so there would be a light on the ground that would shine on the sign. That's our mounting building signage that would go on Government Center. And that is my presentation, and I stand for any questions and look for a little bit of direction from the commission.
Commissioners? Commissioner Kimball?
Number 1 is my favorite.
Number 1 is your favorite. Okay.
Is there any, I guess, is there any significant cost difference between all of these potentially?
We hadn't gotten to the pricing of this,
Okay,
no, sir.
got it.
No, sir.
I don't know, Vice Chair,
Could I see number 1? I like
Yes.
I like the last one because of the lighting, but I was liking all of them.
Let me get through. Sorry, bear with me. Let me get up to the front. So this is option 1.
And this one, the letters are going to be mounted onto the building, right?
So-
or is there a background that they're mounted onto?
So this one, it depends on the facility. So that's where the only one that we were actually really identifying to put the county logo or any signage on the building was here at Government Center. So the one up top is what you would see as the monument signage, and that's what would be placed on a sign that would be put out street side or at the entrances of the facility. The one towards the bottom would be the actual building signage that would be placed on buildings. So that's what it could look like on Government Center. And then that's our monument sign at the entrance.
I don't know, I'd say number 1, number 2, and then the final one. Those are,
Okay.
I do think, I think from the natural aspect, because I think the next number 2 was the Ocotillo. I like the kind of the potential of like almost like a little bit of a sculpture look on the sign. I know they all have this, like especially with it being open, or even the last one. I like that, but I think in particular, like I said, the Ocotillo also stuck out to me from that perspective. But I'd say somewhere between, to me, 1, 2, and then the final. But I do like, I think the reason I think I like the last one is the idea of the illumination, like the Vice Chair had noted. And I think the other part is that it almost creates, I like how as you get it smaller, it keeps our logo, but almost like, you have the specific place where the address goes and things like that. So I don't know. Those are my favorite. If I had to choose, I'd narrow it down to those.
Okay. Commission, thank you for the direction. I also want to point out that this does not include the digital signage that we are going to be including at a lot of our facilities. So with that, I will be going back to the design team with your guys' instructions, and we will be presenting this hopefully within a month with a more finalized package. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We're on now under minutes. The agenda item 13, it's a regular meeting minutes for June 23rd, 2026. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros, a second by Commissioner Kimball. Is there any changes or comments to them? All right. Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 13.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, those minutes are approved. All right, now under action items, agenda item 14, it's to review and approve the recommended priorities in the Regional Behavioral Health Plan as part of the state's Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act process. All right. We have Ms. Athena, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Michael is traveling for work and is at a conference, but is with us online, as is Chief Judge Jaquez, as well as Dr. Mary Nenow, who are all members of the Behavioral Health Reinvestment Act Regional Planning Committee.
And the timing is very good for this because I just saw an article talking about these plans starting to be approved, so.
Yes, so as regions are submitting their plans, those are going before the Healthcare Authority and the Administrative Office of the Courts, and approvals are happening. So, yeah, so that's what I'm going to tell you about.
Awesome, perfect.
Yeah. How do I, sorry, I guess I have to advance this.
Underneath, there's the mouse and the controller.
There we go. Okay, great. I'm like waiting for the slide to advance. Good morning again, Chair, Commissioners. My name is Athena Huckabee. I am the Special Project Manager for Doña County Health and Human Services. Just quickly, what we'll be talking about is the Behavioral Health Plan recommendations for the Behavioral Health Reform and Investment Act, which you may have also heard referred to as SB 3. What we'll be going over today is why that behavioral health reform was enacted, our role as the accountable entity, how the regional plan was developed, the regional plan priorities and the implementation framework, and then the board action that we would like to move forward with and the next steps. So SB 3 is the legislation that we're talking about. This was passed, just a brief history, I'm sure you're already aware, but just for everyone. This was passed in 2025 with bipartisan support to reform New Mexico's behavioral health system. It established 13 behavioral health regions, which coincide with the judicial regions in the state. Luckily, our Doña County judicial region and county are exactly the same, so we got to be a region unto ourselves. This legislation also created the Behavioral Health Executive Committee, and it requires each region to develop a 4-year regional behavioral health plan to guide this money that's been allocated to us for future investments. So Doña County is the accountable entity. We entered into an intergovernmental agreement with Administrative Office of the Courts, or AOC, to serve as the accountable entity for Region 3. And our responsibilities as the accountable entity include convening stakeholders, coordinating planning, submitting the regional plan, administering the funds, reporting, and overseeing the implementation. And as part of this process, we do have to, of course, work with BOCC and need your approval about the recommendations that we've determined. So again, just a little timeline. The law was enacted in 2025. In fall of 2025, Doña County was designated the accountable entity. We submitted an application for early access funding. From October 2025 to May of 2026, we did community engagement, we did sequential intercept mapping workshops, we did surveys, and we did stakeholder planning. And now here today, in July of 2026, we're looking for BOCC review and approval for submission. Our Regional Stakeholder Planning Committee is made up of many qualified and involved individuals. We've got our chair, Chief Judge Richard Jaquez from the 3rd Judicial District Court. We also have George Ochoa from 3rd Judicial. From the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, we have Aaron Porter. From the Juvenile Justice Continuum Board, we have Pat Acosta. So these are our justice involved folks. For community involved folks, we have from Doña County Resilience Leaders, Alexis Espinoza. We have Cecilia Pinon from the Southern New Mexico Promotora Association. We have Kristen Drake as our representative from LC3 Behavioral Health Collaborative. And these are our community partners. For health and education from the Doña Ana Wellness Institute, which is our health council, we have Liz Olivares. From NMSU HEST, Health Education and Social Transformation, we have Dr. Mary Nino. From Success Partnership and Engage New Mexico, we have Lori Martinez. And then our most recent addition is our community voice. We have Carlos Harley Castillo. He's a person with lived experience of mental illness and substance use disorder that's been in recovery for several years and has received services and is guiding us in this. So also just a quick overview about how the regional plan was developed. So we didn't just come up with all of this. We convened the Regional Stakeholder Planning Committee. Their first meeting was October of 2025. Then we did a lot of community engagement. We had an adult eSIM workshop, a youth eSIM workshop. We had listening sessions, 8 different community listening sessions with different populations, including youth directly, including the LGBTQIA community, including, Resilience Leaders Court. We went over all of this data, and then we decided, along with the help of the committee, what our priorities were going to be. And these are the priorities. So we initially took all the data, and the SB3 said that we could have a maximum of 5 priorities. We decided that we didn't necessarily want to have 5. And so one of our original priorities was trust, equity, and prevention across the life cycle. But rather than that being an individual priority, we thought that made more sense to make that a guiding principle across all of the priorities. Trust, equity, and prevention should be a part of everything that we're doing with this plan and not just one separate priority. So the 3 priorities then that we drilled down to based on all of this community input, the workshops, the listening sessions, the surveys, were number 1, access, basic needs, and stability. So we heard over and over that people could not access the services, that they were lacking basic needs like housing, food, and transportation that were preventing them from accessing services. Priority 2, system coordination, infrastructure, and accountability. So we heard again and again that people were getting dropped through the cracks, that they were, communication between partners wasn't good, that we needed, a more robust system around this. And then priority 3, workforce capacity and community-based supports. So we took that a little farther and came up with, based again, dealing with the Regional Stakeholder Planning Committee, the proposed population that we'd like to work with. Again and again, we heard that youth, justice-involved youth and their families, justice-involved adults, and then also moms, infants, and families with young children. So these are the priority populations that we would really like to focus on with this BRIA funding. And even though the plan is 4 years, the money is allocated over 3 years because that is the way that Administrative Office of the Courts wanted that done. So this is really what we'd like to have your yes vote on today, is these priority populations, these priorities, and these funding allocations. I also want to remind everyone that this is not a one and done. We're not submitting this and then we're done. This is a living document that continues to have input from the Stakeholder Planning Committee, and we're going to be adjusting, as we go based on feedback and based on, feedback from the Regional Planning Committee and others. I'd like to open it up to Judge, to Jamie, and to Dr. Mary Nino for any comments. Are they able to unmute?
Mr. Chair.
There we go. Hi, Judge.
Good morning. Well, just turned afternoon, sorry. Good afternoon, everybody. Chair, Vice Chair, and Commissioner Kimball, thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. And I just want to echo what Athena's already presented this morning. The collaboration, the work that was done with all these community members coming together for all this work, both for youth and adults. I think the work that Dr. Nina has provided on her part, and more importantly, Jamie Michael. Ms. Michael has been the forefront person guiding this program and assisting us. So I think what we've presented here today, I'm very proud to be part of this. I did my small part as a judge. I'm not an expert in behavioral health, but I do have a lot of experience in justice-involved adults and justice-involved youth. So I think that experience played an important part as well. So again, as Athena indicated, we'd ask that the commission approve these priorities that we've set. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Judge Hawkes.
Dr. Nina, did you have anything that you wanted to add?
I really just, again, echoing all of the admiration I have for the team and for the work that's been done here. I know that this is being followed very closely by our partners in the university. People are excited to get going on this. And so we're just waiting to start doing the work that needs to be done to improve our behavioral health system. So I thank you all and also ask for your support of these recommendations.
Thanks, Dr. Nino. Just to clarify what the next steps will be as well is that we hope to submit this plan to Administrative Office of the Courts actually tomorrow. And then to follow that, hoping that it gets approved as Chair referenced, then there would be an agreement an agreement with the state that would take place in the summer or fall. Then we would have to go through the local procurement process, which would be through the fall and winter. There would be ongoing oversight with the planning committee and of course ongoing updates to you all as the plan becomes less of a draft and more formalized. And I'd love to answer any questions.
Commissioners?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd just like to say I was part of some of the planning. I attended the eSIM workshops, and the document that has come out of it is amazing. When you think of all the voices that were in the room, and there was emotion. Everybody brings in their own needs, and there's emotion. And so to distill it down to what really is needed and what's really going to benefit, this is an amazing document that you're bringing to us to tell what the priorities are and what the county wants to do, what we want to use the funding for, because this is was sort of an impossible project when it was put out there in the first place. And so I know that a lot of work went into this, and it's very, very well thought out. And I look forward to seeing what's going to happen next. And I did attend, as you did, Athena, the last executive committee meeting, and they easily approved 2 of the plans that had already come in. So I don't really see a problem there. I think this one's going to be received just as well, and I think it'll be approved fairly quickly.
Thank you, Commissioner.
I certainly hope so.
I just had one question, and I think, I think in terms of the priorities, I agree and love, like I said, that you bake them down to 3 because those are, kind of to go after. I guess the two things that I wonder are this, and I think and I don't know if it all will fall under system coordination and infrastructure, but trying to figure out, number one, how MRVDA, and I don't know if the state's doing something on the larger side to figure out how we coordinate between like MRVDA 911 and 988 so there's a better handoff. I think that's number one. Because I know I've had discussions with Jennifer and her team about, why or where they come from in terms of where there's why there's some hesitancy sometimes to hand over to 988. But the other part I would love is that if we started coordinating within, just looking at the county, under the county side, because I think the city has a better way to do this, where DASO and our fire might, have a way in which we can maybe implement something from the county side, similar to the light team that Las Cruces has, where, then they don't have to, you don't have to have fire or DASO to remain on site if they can de-escalate or bring down to a different team that maybe might be more comfortable for them to coordinate with. And then maybe that goes to the CTC or other ways. I just feel like I'm excited that we're moving on this, but I'd love for us to maybe even see, like I said, might not be not so much in this plan, but I'd love for us to see at the county how we can implement some of this so that we can have that coordination and not just maybe reduce or find better ways to use our resources in a more effective manner, but almost encourage people to call in when they're having, they're struggling, they're in crisis, whatever it is, and not feel like there's a fear of getting help. So, but anyways, just wanted to put that, and I don't know if there's a way we can look at that maybe in the future.
Yes, thanks very much, Chair. That comment is very well received. If you look at the full plan that we're fleshing out, what would have been priority number 4 would have been crisis response. Okay. However, there's a lot of moving parts there right now. One of the agencies in town was getting state certified to be a CCBHC. And it seems like that has paused or something has happened. I know that their crisis response team was let go recently. And then another organization has stepped up and is becoming a CCBHC. CCBHCs have to have crisis response within their agency. And then, as you mentioned, we also have the light team. We also have the crisis triage center. We felt like until that settles down a little bit and we sort of know what's going on, that we might not be able to be effective in that area. And so in the plan, we did call that out and say that we were sort of tabling that for the moment. Something else to think about is that as we were developing this plan, we thought a lot about, is this $8 million ongoing funding, or is this just a one-time thing? If it's one-time thing, then we need to spend this money very differently than if this is the beginning of a larger, so there has been some discussion, and Commissioner Kimball, I'm sure, is aware from attending those executive meetings. When SB 3 was first passed, there was a lot of discussion about that the Behavioral Health Fund would be funded to $1 billion, and that money out of that would then be continually used to keep rebuilding the behavioral health system. There have now been comments that we shouldn't count on that money. So it still remains to be seen whether this is a one-time $8 million investment or whether this is ongoing. I think if it's ongoing, absolutely, those are items that we want to tackle, but that might take all of the funding of this one pot.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the answer and helping me understand. And so.
Great.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it because now I have a little bit of better understanding of where, kind of what you're working on and why not. So thank you so much for that.
Absolutely. Any other? Great. Thank you.
No, we don't have a motion.
We don't have a motion. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Yes. My bad. Appreciate it. If I get a motion in a second to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kimball, a second by Vice Chair Gameros. Is there any public input on this agenda item? Okay, not hearing or seeing any. All right, so Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 14.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner Kimball. All right, next item, number 15, it's approved use of state pricing agreement number 60-80500-26-17215 with Holly Frontier Corporation for asphalt emulsions in the amount not to exceed $600,000 from the time of award through June 30th, 2027, and delegate signature authority to the county manager for all related documents. If I can get a motion in a second to begin discussion. I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros. I'll second the motion. And you're already on it. Good morning, Dan. Or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Gomeros, Commissioner Kimball. This is our yearly budget, and the asphalt emulsions are used for chip sealing and fog sealing of the roads that we do, that we average about 25 to 30 miles a year. So this is just the normal business of the roads department for that, and we piggyback off the state contract so that we get a better price.
All right, commissioners, questions? No? All right. Public input? Okay, Randy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 15.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomez?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. All right, thank you, Dan. Next item is number 16, approval of the updated Doña County All Hazards Emergency Operations Plan. If I can get a motion in a second.
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Kimball, second by Vice Chair Gomeros. Amanda.
Good afternoon. I do have a presentation. Let me see if it's being loaded. While they load that, good afternoon, Commissioner, Chair, Vice Chair. Thank you for, again, Amanda Bowen. I'm your emergency manager. I think all of you know me pretty well at this point. I'm here to talk to you today about our All Hazards Emergency Operations Plan. We call it the AHEOP because it's a little easier to say. Not that that's a really easy acronym, but we love acronyms in my field. So I'll try to keep this really focused. It's kind of a big picture look at what the plan is, but I'm happy to go into more detail if you need that. I am requesting approval of the plan so that it can be promulgated and an update of this All Hazards Emergency Operations Plan. This is the county's emergency coordination framework. It establishes how county government, municipalities, NMSU, our first responders, our departments, and our partners coordinate during major or complex incidents. The AHEOP is the operational framework for how the whole government system coordinates during a major emergency. It defines roles, authorities, communication pathways, EOC activation, resource support, continuity of government, public information coordination, state and federal coordination. It does not tell firefighters how to go fight a fire or law enforcement how to manage a scene. Field responders continue to use the incident command system as they're used to using every day. The AHEOP supports that response at the policy, coordination, resource, and recovery levels. The update was necessary because the last plan was substantially written in 2011 with some minor updates in 2019. It was very outdated. Emergency management standards have really changed substantially since then. The updated plan aligns with FEMA planning guidance, the National Incident Management System, the National Response Framework, ADA requirements, and the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management crosswalk. That matters because disaster response, mutual aid, emergency declarations, and reimbursement all really depend on having a current and defensible framework. Not to mention that they're required for our grant compliance. The major change is that this is no longer a static plan. It's a full planning system. The base plan establishes a core framework, and we have annexes that address functional needs and hazards. The supplemental materials give responders and EOC staff some practical tools, including job aids and community lifeline situation reports. Those situation reports you may have seen come out during the flooding we had last year. The plan is more current and usable, and as I said, defensible should we need to. You have an important role in this plan that's outlined. Your role is not tactical, it's really in the governance. The board, as you know, adopts and promulgates the plan, funds preparedness and mitigation, issues or extends emergency proclamations when needed, and provides policy direction during major incidents. During a disaster, these decisions directly affect response speed, the public trust, and our recovery funding, again, as you are well exercised on. Then, if approved today, our next steps will be pretty straightforward. The chair would sign the promulgation page. We would submit that to the New Mexico Department of Homeland Security and Emergency Management for their records. And then we shift into implementation through training, socialization of the plan, exercises, and annual maintenance. Administrative updates can be handled by OEM as we go forward so that the plan doesn't ever get as outdated as it did this time. And then any major changes to scope, our policy or fundamental changes will come back before the commission for approval. And because I don't speak to you all that often, I wanted to give you just a quick update on some OEM throughout the year, what we've sort of done. We've had a busy year. We've focused on strengthening actual disaster capabilities, not just updating our documents. The major areas of work have included the new Emergency Operations Center, disaster recovery support, training, exercises, planning updates, grant management, and regional coordination. The new Emergency Operations Center, as you can see on the left there, is a major step forward for our countywide emergency coordination. The facility will support EOC activations, training with our partners, additional coordination with those partners, warehousing, logistical functions, backup dispatch capability. Our current planning assumption is a move-in target of early September. Between now and then, OEM is really working on a transition plan so that the building, when it opens, is an operational facility right away. Really excited about this and hope that all of you will come visit us there. We've also supported several major response and recovery efforts this last year, including multiple federally declared disasters. My team is deployed outside of our jurisdiction and within our jurisdiction. We've obviously worked the local incidents involving Rincon, Vado, Del Cerro, and Berrino. On the recovery side, the big picture is that we have a lot of federal fundings coming into our community. On a public assistance project portfolio, we have about $12.6 million. Of that is about $9.5 million in reimbursements from the feds, or anticipated from our federal share. And on the individual assistance side, approximately $3.8 million has been approved for 358 applicants. That's an average award of about $13,000 per applicant, which is significantly higher than the average for FEMA, which is about $4,000 per applicant. Really excited for our residents that maybe helps them further their recovery. We know that's not everything, but a big step forward for our community. Recovery is not just about cleaning up after the response and doing it's about lots and lots of documentation, coordination, eligibility review, and closeout. That work determines how much funding ultimately comes back to the community. And if we don't do that well, the communities lose time, money, and trust in us ultimately. And I'm sure in you at some level. We have an amazing team that's been working behind our OEM team that's been helping this going. At some point, I would like to bring those forward for recognition, but we're still in recovery phase. We're still working through that to ensure that every federal dollar we can receive is expended, and any additional steps that can be taken beyond the federal dollars we're seeking out those processes. We're working through our community organization Active in Disaster, our COAD group, to meet any unmet needs that still exist. And so we know that those are still there. We're still really dialed in working through those processes. We've also been involved in a lot of training and exercises. They've been a major focus of OEM. We've supported advanced ICS training, EOC-related preparedness, hazmat response training, wildfire and flood scenarios, cyber and energy sector exercises, mass casualty exercises, and law enforcement continuity exercises. We've expanded our CPR and AED outreach and included some Spanish language access there. Looking ahead, our focus is shifting from plan development to really implementation and measurable readiness. The AHEOP adoption is one major piece of that, but it's really not the finish line by any means. We're advancing our multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation plan, say that 3 times fast, continuing our recovery coordination, managing grant-funded projects, and using tools like our hazardous materials commodity flow survey to better understand local risk. I say all of that so that you understand that you'll likely see these efforts coming back before you as we continue through the county's KPI process and as we seek for match funds for a lot of the grants that we're receiving. Our goal is to measure meaningful preparedness outcomes, whether we're closing known gaps, keeping required plans current, training people for emergency roles, completing corrective actions, and advancing mitigation and resilience work. So those will be coming back for you. This gives the county really a cleaner way for them to track emergency management investments and knowing that that's translating into some real actual readiness for you. Lastly, I'd really just like to say thank you. The support and collaboration that we have received from all of the commissioners independently, collectively, has been amazing for my team. From an emergency management perspective, we view preparedness as really a policy decision, and your support in areas like flood mitigation, utility infrastructure, target hardening, those kinds of things have really resulted in better protection of life and property, a faster response from our responders, and stronger recovery within our community. So I appreciate the opportunity to talk with you today. The requested action really remains the approval of and promulgation of the updating our all hazards emergency operations plan and hopefully signing off on that page. So I'm happy to answer any questions on any of what I spoke about, but I appreciate you entertaining me, giving you an update as well.
Awesome. Thank you, Amanda. Commissioners, questions?
Mr. Chair, I think you answered our questions before we even had them. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to say, I mean, like I said, you guys do an amazing job. The amount of work you all have done since COVID, and, you know, I think one of the things that we've realized about OEM is, you know, until you really need OEM, you don't realize how important, I think that's how it is for all of our first responders, but especially OEM when you're having to coordinate between all the different jurisdictions and the different teams. You all do an amazing job, and I appreciate all the work that has continued to be on, especially building out this all hazards response plan and being able to know how you're going to go into the different communities and respond and coordinate. You all have done an amazing job, and it's just amazing to see the growth and the buildup of and continued just improvement that you continue to do. So that way, you know, when we have anything like the flood in Vado, you all are ready to respond. So kudos.
Thank you for that. It's definitely a team effort. Part of my team is back here, if they would stand up. They're going to hate me for that, but we do have a couple of other members who are not present, but it's a team effort, not only my team, but also the others who continue to show up, whether it be a responder level, someone within a utility, all of those kinds of pieces. It's been a process to build those relationships, and I think the fact that members of our community keep showing up to talk to us is really encouraging and really helps us push that needle forward. So,
awesome. All right. If there's no other commission input, public input? All right. Randy, to do a roll call on number 16, please.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros.
yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, next up, agenda item 17 is consideration and approval of the fiscal year 2026 year-end budget with adjustments and associated budget revision resolution. I get a motion in a second?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros, a second by Commissioner Kimball. With that, will turn over to Mr. Arvidrez.
Good morning, Chair Sanchez. Madam Vice Chair Gameros and Madam Chair Kimball. I did want to start off by giving you a little bit of context. So last year, these final budget adjustments were included in the consent agenda, but this year we wanted to take the initiative to present them to the board by providing a brief overview of what these adjustments represent, and then also give you the opportunity to ask any questions that you might have. While these are the final administrative changes needed to ensure the FY26 budget remains compliant with county policy, DFA requirements, and applicable auditing standards, they also reflect ongoing stewardship required to accurately close out the fiscal year. We hope this presentation provides both the commission and the public with greater insight into the work that goes into managing the county's budget. All one slide is right here. So we wanted to keep it short. We typically include the reasons and justifications within the notes section, but we're kind of trying out this new format of just including the reasons in the presentation itself to give a greater insight. And then hopefully with this format, it should make it easier in the future if we want to convert this to a Spanish version as well for the greater public as well. But item number 1, we're increasing gross receipts taxes because they did come in higher. So that will be the column in the middle, the revenues, $8.5 million that we're increasing it by, and then also the GRT admin fee of $1.4 million. So that GRT admin fee is what the state charges us to process the gross receipts. So I believe it is a set percentage. I believe it was 3% in FY27. It's going to drop to 2%. And then in FY28, it's going to drop to 1%. Fingers crossed, it will go away eventually. But as our revenues increase, so does that admin fee. So we do have to make sure we budget for that. And then the transfers out, those are related to items 2, 3, and 4 for $1.4 million. So item number 2 is to replenish the emergency fund. Those expenditures are directly related to the Vado flood emergency. We are bringing this to you now because there was expenditures taking place to the entirety of the year. Even in June, the last week of June, we still had invoices hit. So we wanted to just have one clean swoop and clean that up. But we were monitoring the expenditures throughout the year to make sure that we could cover that amount. The same situation relates to items 3 and 4. Item number 3 was for the disaster housing program for the residents in Vado again. And then item number 4 is to replenish the construction Go Bond fund that was created. And that one, I believe we were going to reimburse ourselves eventually, but in the meantime, this is a fund that we're using to keep track of the expenditures related to the Go Bond. Item number 5, that one is related to the Project Jupiter GRT share. We do have to budget for that intercept adjustment, as well as Medicaid adjustment, and also this spaceport. We do have to budget for the inflows and outflows to be compliant with DFA. And then items 6 through 10 are mostly administrative adjustments. So these were caught during our reconciliation process, and we do have to bring this up to the board because they're just put in the wrong accounting string. So those we do have to make sure we get board approval. And then item number 11, it is to budget for the Clean and Beautiful grant that I don't believe the budget revision was brought to the board. The grant itself was actually brought to the board. So it has received board approval in the past, but right now we just want to cover the budget adjustment for it. So overall, the majority of these items were just washes. So 5 through 11, the expenditures were matching the revenues. The only true increases that we have are items 1 through 5, or 4, my apologies. 1 through 4 that we're increasing the expenditures truly, but we do have the revenues to cover these increases, thankfully. And I stand for questions.
Thank you, Eric. Commissioners, questions?
I don't have any questions.
Thank you for breaking it down. It's a lot of information on one slide, but appreciated because I think it's easy to see where, I think sometimes in the past where we have like our expenditures slide and then we have our revenue slide, being able to see them both so you can see the effect on it makes it really nice. So thank you for that.
Thank you for that feedback. We are trying to come up with different ways of presenting the information. It is a lot of information on one slide. But we did have to condense about 54 different line items, so we will get better in the future. But yeah, I do appreciate that feedback. Thank you.
Is there, does that open up any public input? Okay. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on agenda item number 17.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gometos?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-89.
Thank you. All right, next order of business is to appoint 2 members to the Doña County International Jetport Advisory Board. Can I get a motion and a second to begin discussion?
So moved.
All right. A motion by Vice Chair Gometos, a second by Commissioner Kimball. Mr. Jody Young, good morning.
Hey, good afternoon, Chair Sanchez.
Or good afternoon, sorry, I keep wanting.
That's okay.
Wishful thinking.
And Vice Chair Gometos, Commissioner Kimball. Jody Young with the Doña County International Jetport. I do want to take advantage, I didn't do staff inputs because I knew I was already coming up here, but I'd like to introduce Mr. Fred Moreno. He has just started this week in the Jetport Administrator position, so we're now back to a full staff down there. So Fred has joined us. So moving on to our agenda item here, we have 2 positions that their terms were up. And so we have 3 applicants that have applied for them. So today you're going to be asked to select for 2 candidates to fill these regular 3-year term appointments. These terms will be, they'll go into place today and then will expire on June 30th of 2029. There's one current member who has been on the board that is desiring to serve another term. And then there's 2 other new candidates that have applied. You have their applications in your packet there. They all 3 wanted to be here, but Ms. Carol Kane was unable to be here today. But if you don't mind, I'd like to allow Mr. Terry Sharp and then Mr. Paul Poirier, who'd like to just speak real fast on their behalf before we do the voting on this.
Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Gometos, Commissioner Kimball. My name's Terry Sharp. I'm just termed out on a 1-year term with the Airport Board and seeking a 3-year term. I'm a 27-year resident of Doña County in District 2. A little bit about my background. I left the Army in 1988, came back to El Paso, took a job at the airport, a company called Air Transport, which was an on-demand freight operator, air ambulance, and passenger service. I worked there for 14 years, starting as a flight scheduler, leaving as a vice president of the company, at which time in 2002, I took a job with the city of El Paso at the El Paso International Airport as an operations officer. I worked there for 21 years before my retirement, moving my way up to assistant director when I retired, at various times overseeing assistant director of operations and security, assistant director of planning and development, and assistant director of finance and properties. So I bring a little different background than a lot of the board members we have currently who are private pilots, all good pilots, all great people. My background has been running airports, and that's my perspective coming into the meetings, is to assist the airport manager with any questions that he may have about regulations, specific projects, best practices, and the like. Currently, I'm working with the board on the airport master plan. I also served on the last master plan update when I was with the city of El Paso. Doña County had asked for input from the airport, so I served on that one. This is my 5th master plan that I've worked on in my career. So I'm looking for your support, please. Like I said, the airport has a huge amount of potential. Our job on the airport board is to assist the airport manager in making good decisions, keeping the board here informed on what we're doing, and then making the airport a magnet for business, whether it's aviation or non-aviation related business, and an employment sector for the citizens of Doña County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Good afternoon.
Hey, those are impressive credentials. Hi, my name's Paul Poirier. I'm a recent arrival here in Doña County. Got here from South Florida. I don't have a business background. This is going to be a totally out-of-the-box thing with me. I'm a retired air traffic controller, and I had 28 years working in Washington, D.C., Miami, very complex systems there, and worked a lot on airspace redesign as airports expanded and things like that, redesigning their approaches and integration with the surrounding approach controls, things like that. And I've learned working on these projects that having somebody locally and not just handing it all over to the local approach or the center up in Albuquerque or Washington, D.C., somebody locally working on this kind of gets the ball rolling a lot faster. You know, they know that somebody who's with the experience knows what they're talking about that kind of stuff, can get things done a little bit faster. No business experience here locally, but I figured what I bring to the table with my air traffic control expertise could be good for the expansion of this airport I know is planned in the future. That's it, short speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commission. So Fred's going to pass out the ballots. So what we'll do here is we'll just kind of, those of you that have done this in the past, so you've got a ballot there with the 3 names on it. Again, we're selecting 2, so if you'll just please rank them 1, 2, 3 for me. If we do have a tie, then we'll come back and do that again. So whenever you're done, we'll collect them and tally the votes real quick. Okay, reading into the record, so Commissioner Sanchez, 1 for Mr. Sharp, 2 for Mr. Poirier, 3 for Ms. Kane, and then Commissioner Campbell, 1 for Mr. Sharp, 1 for Mr. Poirier, and then 1 for Ms. Kane, and for Commissioner Gametos, 1 for Mr. Sharp, and 2 for Mr. Poirier, and 3 for Ms. Kane. So say congratulations to Mr. Sharp and Mr. Poirier for being selected for their 3-year terms. We'll get them kicked off, and if y'all don't have any questions, I'll be complete here. So
Yeah, no, I think we'll just have to, I guess, given the motions approved and the votes that were taken, we'll just make a note that the approval will be voting on will be for Mr. Sharp and Mr. Poirier.
That's correct. Yes, sir. To appoint the 2 of them to these 2 3-year terms that will expire June 30th, 2029. And we will be back with y'all in August as we'll have our mid-master plan update for y'all on our preferred alternatives. So hope to be seeing y'all again soon.
Sounds good. So, Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on the appointment of Mr. Sharp and Mr. Poirier.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gametos?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. So I know that was a little redundant, but just want to make sure we get it for the record.
Absolutely. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item number 19, it's a resolution establishing protocols for receipts of donations. If I get a motion in a second.
So moved.
All right, I'll second I have a motion by Vice Chair Gametos. I'll second the motion. And with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Michael Pettis.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Gametos, Commissioner Kimball. So I'm here on behalf of Ms. Asma Dawood. She wasn't able to attend this meeting. And so what we're presenting today is a resolution establishing protocols for receipt of donations. This policy will apply to assets, cash, personal property, and real estate. Public purpose directly benefits public purpose or program, such as the parks and recreation, public safety, animal control, or community centers. Conflicts of interest, not from an individual or entity bidding on a current county project or has a county contract or is involved in an active litigation with the county or is seeking land use or zoning approvals from the county. For those items under $500, it would require the county manager to make that approval. This would also be no ongoing maintenance cost and if the donation itself passes a safety inspection. So for that equipment, we would need to make sure it's operating correctly. Any items above the $500 or deemed as a high-risk gift, it would require the Board of County Commissioners to accept that donation, and this would still continue with the real estate or real property, or anything that would, or requires a financial matching commitment from the county, as well as operational or maintenance or personal obligations exceeding standard budgetary appropriations. Reasons for rejection of criteria: it violates federal laws, New Mexico statutes, or county ordinances, creates an unfair or discriminatory benefit for an individual or group, generates maintenance costs higher than the commercial value of the gift, and or fails a safety inspection or compatible with the existing county infrastructure. Sorry about that. So I guess that would be IT related. We have been, at least from purchasing, we've been offered items from the city, but we just couldn't accept them just because it didn't fit our current IT structure. Accountability and record keeping. So we will require a donation letter. We would be tracking these items through our fixed asset management database for those donations that are for specific purpose. So if it's for a fire district, accounting would then do everything in its power to ensure those funds are expended for that specific fire district. And the most important, all cash donations will be deposited through the county treasurer's office. Any questions?
Commissioners, questions? No, I think this is simpler, a lot.
Okay.
And I think it addresses the concerns that we had the last time, so.
Correct. Thank you very much.
All right, any public comment? All right. Brandy, if you do a roll call on agenda item number 19.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes.
That item does have a resolution number. The number is 2026-90.
Thank you. All right, let's see. Last item under action items, number 20, it's to award a change order in the amount of $765,796.51, which is option A, or $500,678.69, which is option B, to Jane's Corporation for the East Parking Lot of the OEM Facility Contract number 25-197. If I get a motion and a
So
second.
moved.
Second?
All right, I have a motion and a second. Motion by Vice Chair Gameros, a second by Commissioner Kimball. Justin.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Commission, Justin Weaver with Facilities and Services. This is for the change order for OEM. Last week, or excuse me, 2 weeks ago, when I presented to you, it was for the first change order, which was for the electrical service. With that, we did see incurred some additional costs, in which I'll walk through those here in a second, but that's where Amanda is here. This is for the OEM facility. This is a 17,000 square foot facility on 7 acres. As we got through construction, there was some stuff that Amanda, as the stakeholder, identified that would be pertinent in order to the function of this facility. So when we were looking at this, there was a couple items that we wanted to include because it is more advantageous for us to take advantage of this now while we have a contractor on site versus paying mobilization charges and bringing them back. So IT team, can you assist me with that slide, please?
Somebody's taking it out. Oh, there it goes.
They don't have 20.
Nope, 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 nope.
Okay. So on here, you'll see a couple of the items that are pertinent in order to get this facility completed. The item that you see highlighted in green, that is the grading that we incurred during the El Paso electric infrastructure. This was something that we did not foresee with this project. So the grading portion of it, just to get us El Paso electric install on site is $320. In talking with Amanda, and again, wanting to have a cohesive project, especially from the emergency management standpoint, for readiness, we're also asking the commission to consider the additional amount to complete out the entire parking lot. This will create an area where we have a fueling station, so therefore, in the event of a catastrophe, we have an area where we can park large apparatus and have availability to fuel them. So.
Okay. Is that it?
Yes, and with that, I stand for questions.
Can I ask, I guess for me, the first thing that pops up is if the additional amount to finish it is just under 180,000, how do we get from 500,000 to 765,000?
Okay, I'm sorry so that is in addition to all of those items over there to the left. So what we really need is the column that is the 500,000 amount. So that is for the grading and everything else, but that's where, again, it's advantageous if we get the contractor to finish out the entire parking lot. So that amount for the 180 is to complete out the entire parking lot.
I think, Mr. Chair, you're asking, your math is not mathing?
My math is not mathing. Yeah, well, I think that's what it was, because I'm trying to figure out where I guess basically I have in front of the $500,000 here is option B.
Right.
So I'm trying to figure out where option A is coming from and what is included if we're supposed to choose between the two.
Okay, so option A is going to be the $765,000 amount. So that is going to encompass everything that we need from column left, the left column there. And then that is what is needed. That is option B, essentially, is everything that is in the left column. Now, we're requesting from the commission additional funds to complete out the parking lot amount, and that is the $179,000 amount.
And I think what he's asking is, if you add 100 and call it for simple math, 180,000 to 500,000, that's only 680,000 rather than 765.
How do I guess here's my question. How do I get from 500,000, an additional 265 when it says it's going to cost me 180? So where's the other 85,000 coming from? You know what I'm saying? Because if you need the additional 180,000 to finish the entire east parking lot, then we're looking at basically 680,000. So how do I get from 680,000 to 765,000?
That is including the tax, and my numbers are incorrect. I will, because there was some tax that was included, and when I was doing the deduction amounts, the tax did throw it off.
So what would be the correct amount? Are you able to give that to the board now?
No, not right now.
Okay.
So what, I guess, is there a recommendation? Do we just approve option B? Or, I mean, I don't know. That's what I'm just trying to figure out. So we know if we decide to go with option A, I just want to make sure we understand
What we're paying for.
what's included with that.
I can provide a breakdown that is in depth to the commission by the end of the day today.
How about could you get it done in like an hour if they tabled this and do the hearings at a short break?
Yes, I can work on those numbers.
Okay. All right. If there's no opposition to that, we'll just motion to table this. We'll just motion to table, and then we can pull it off the table towards the end of the meeting when we're ready.
Okay, thank you, Commission. I am actually going to depart, go get this taken care of, and I will be back for that final presentation.
Okay, sounds good. So,
Thank you, Commission.
Commissioners, I'd like to make a motion that we table agenda item number 20. I just need a second. I have a motion second by Commissioner Kimball. All right. Randy, if you can do a roll call to table agenda item number 20.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomeros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, we'll be placing agenda item number 20 on the table. Next order of business is agenda item number 21. It's a public hearing to reconsider resolution number 2026-58, designating the property of 4045 Telbrook Road as a danger and menace to the health, safety, and welfare of the general public. If I can get a motion and a second to begin discussion, please.
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Gomez, a second by Commissioner Kimball. All right. And good afternoon, Christina. If you can raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Take us away.
So we are back here. As you know, we did come before you last month to present this item for declaration of a public nuisance and to permit us to move forward with using county funds to demolish the existing building. We did receive a request from the property owner's attorney, Joshua Dwyer, for a public hearing. And so we are back here to reconsider that resolution. There has not been a change in the appearance of the property. It is still, as you know, the structure had burnt some time ago and it has remained vacant and just further deterioration. It has been used also as an illegal dumping grounds. And there really has not been any change from the last time that we presented this item. And so at this time, I'd like to call forward Mr. Dwyer or anyone else who might be here to represent the property owner.
Good afternoon. If you can, raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Very good. Thank you. And if you'll state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, Chair Sanchez, Vice Chair Gomez, and Commissioner Kimball. My name is Joshua Dwyer. I'm an attorney for the property owner, Stefan Schmidt. Mr. Schmidt resides currently in Germany, and that has contributed a little bit to the situation we find ourselves in. But I want to start with what we agree on. This needs to get fixed. Up until this point, there have been some efforts to get it fixed, to get it resolved. Those efforts have been unsuccessful, partly because Mr. Schmidt lives overseas, but also partly because efforts he had made previously were unsuccessful through hiring a third party. As the commissioners understand, all remedial efforts of this nature require that the individuals operating the remedial efforts be licensed contractors. That's posed a little bit of a challenge, primarily because Mr. Schmidt had lacked the funds to pay for the full remediation of the property. I understand the commissioners would appreciate this being taken care of, and it's not something that Mr. Schmidt is opposed to. What we've had so far is time to do this. What we've lacked so far is resources. And I understand the commissioner's position that we need to move forward with this, so much so that the commissioners are willing to authorize the expenditure of funds to have this project completed. The change that has occurred is that there has now been an insurance claim that's been opened, an adjuster assigned, and so I believe the thing we were lacking up till now, resources, financial resources, is now available. So we're asking that the commissioners reconsider the decision to determine this to be a public danger, nuisance, or menace to the community, not because we don't think it needs to be taken care of, but because of the timeline that puts us on. As I understand it, the adjuster was assigned yesterday. The commissioners may, first question I would have if I were in your seat is, why did that happen now? And that's because the first insurance policy that we pursued collecting on was unsuccessful. It turns out there was a second policy that Mr. Schmidt was unaware of. That claim was recently made. If the board goes through with reconsidering or tabling their prior decision until the next meeting in 2 weeks, I believe the insurance company will be able to contract and have the work started. So we're not opposed to moving quickly. We're not opposed to getting this done. I just don't think in our current situation, if the board does not reconsider its prior decision, we'll be able to get it started in the next 5 days. Certainly that's for the commission to decide, the commissioners to decide. And so what we're asking for is that the board would reconsider its prior decision. If the board's unwilling to do that, because that would essentially mean we start over with the county, that we would table this for a final decision until next meeting. So in 2 weeks, if we don't have the project actually started, then I I'd be happy to come up and not oppose moving forward with the determination that it is a danger to the community or a nuisance, and that the county funds would be appropriate to expend on remediating the situation. So again, not here to oppose the cleanup, just proposing a different approach to how we get it done. And now that we've got financial resources lined up, I believe that'd be appropriate not only for the community, avoids the extra work for the county to hire this work to be done by a contractor, and avoids the additional expense to the homeowner, the property owner, when he is unable to foot the bill on his own. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Dwyer.
Mr. Chair, so what time frame do you think you could get it torn down by?
So with the contractor, I think we need a green light from the insurance company. I understand the adjuster's making arrangements to do an inspection this week, and so I think we could start as early as next week. I think that cutting it a little bit short for the 5 days provided by statute for the work to start if the commissioners determine that they're not going to reconsider their prior determination. So basically within 2 weeks.
Christina, how soon can we get it torn down?
Oh, sure.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, we are in the process of getting quotes so that we can be ready to go. However, any decision that's made today by this commission would then allow the property owner 20 days to submit a request with district court to review that decision. So we would not be able to move forward with anything for at least 20 days, pending any appeal to district court. So even though we may be ready with quotes and a contractor, we still could not move forward within the time frame. And if there is an appeal to district court, then of course that would grant the property owner more time as well.
So, Mr. Chair and Christina, so even if we say no, then they can go to district court and appeal it again?
That's correct.
I don't understand why this has taken so long. And I don't understand why your client has taken so long to respond. If he wanted to tear it down, he could have done it since the last meeting we did in June when we voted to tear it down. And this is really, really aggravating. And I have so many calls from people that live in that neighborhood that have looked at that eyesore for quite some time. And it's a little hard to believe that you're going to get it torn down, because we've been asking now. The fire happened in
2024.
And it's still there. So it's really hard to believe that y'all are going to get it done. And I have people here that want to speak that live in the neighborhood that have looked at that every single day. Your client's in Germany, hasn't had to look at it at all. So why did the insurance claim just happen now? I know there was another policy, and so now there's this policy. The neighbors shouldn't have to worry about that. They shouldn't have to suffer because of that. I just don't know that I trust you to do it.
And I appreciate that candor. And if there had not been the financial resources available to move forward with it being done without the county's assistance or more assistance, I would agree with you that we would be in a situation where the county would need to act. I think the difference is, and I understand your frustration on behalf of your constituents that this wasn't done sooner. And I think had Mr. Schmidt been here personally, he could have done some of the work himself or been able to make himself available to his neighbors so that they could express their frustrations directly to him. The primary obstacle that he has faced had been financial. And now that there's an open claim with an adjuster assigned, I do believe it's in the best interest of the neighborhood and specifically my client for him to be allowed the final opportunity, if you will, to do this on his own. I don't imagine the contract price is going to be much different between the county doing it and my client doing it. The main difference is getting it started sooner. Certainly not as soon as you or your constituents would have appreciated, but I think that's what we're asking for, essentially a final chance to do it on our own. And if we're unsuccessful, then we've got the mechanism in place for the county to move forward with hiring a contractor, getting it remediated. Then the county has a lien on the property. We just like to avoid additional hassles by everybody, but certainly appreciate your candor in expressing the frustration of your constituents regarding this issue.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Vice Chair Gomez.
by any chance you have any documentation showing the claim for the insurance company?
I have a claim number, if that's helpful. So I was the one that submitted the claim. I did it over the phone, and I can identify the insurance company. I've not yet received any documentation from them, though.
Okay, yes. I don't know. I have the same feeling, like it's been like almost 3 years since the building burned and 11 months from the first contact, and several extensions have been done. And I just feel like we're one more extension. You know, we're going to wait for another extension. I don't know. Yeah, and that's not even my district, and I have people calling and complaining about that building as well. So,
Mr. Chair, how long have you been Mr. Schmidt's attorney?
So I've known him since probably 2010 or 2011, and I've represented him in various matters. He may be one of my most unfortunate clients, given the number of things he's had to deal with, including issues with the federal government years ago that we had to resolve that were successfully resolved. But he previously was, I understand it, employed with NMSU and obtained his legal residence through that process, around that time rather. So I've known him for a number of years and represented him in various matters since I've known him.
Why did this just start with you now that you just called in the claim?
Thank you for the question. Yes, so this insurance policy was unknown to me or Mr. Schmidt from the time the fire occurred. And so we were not able to make a claim on it because we were unaware of it. The insurance policy that he had previously, that he had made payments on, those attempts to make a claim on that policy were unsuccessful. And so we thought we were in a position where there weren't going to be any financial resources to get this taken care of, because he didn't have the funds available to pay the $15,000, $20,000 it'll take to remediate the property. And so with this insurance policy we recently discovered, we believe it'll be possible to have the insurance company provide the funds to remediate the property.
So theoretically, how soon would you know if they're going to do that?
I expect to know this week if the claim will be approved. It's been communicated to the insurance company that it's a total loss. So I expect the only thing we're lacking is the inspection by the adjuster to confirm that.
Who do you suppose paid the premium on this other insurance policy if he didn't even know he had it?
He's been paying the premium. He didn't know he was doing so through the mortgage company.
Does the mortgage company know the house is burned down?
Yes, ma'am.
And they haven't tried to do anything sooner either?
Not as far as I know.
I think this is out of time. I want to make it happen as fast as possible. Christina, what do you think?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kimball, I believe that what Mr. Dwyer is saying is that if within 2 weeks the demolition has not started, or they find out that they're not going to be approved, that the property owner will not oppose the county moving forward with the demolition. And because he would have 20 days anyway to appeal in court, I don't see the issue with postponing this for 2 weeks. And if at that point there's not going to be any action taken by the property owner, then without opposition from the property owner, we can easily move forward with county funds.
So because you had to do an oath when you stood here, we take it that you're telling us the truth? If within 2 weeks you can't do it, we bring it back here, we say demolish it, you're not going to take us to district court. Is that the truth?
Yes, ma'am. The qualification I would add is that the appeal to district court primarily would be if there's a problem with the procedure. The request for reconsideration is basically just coming forward and saying, we need a little more time. So no, I have no instruction from my client to fight this in district court. There would be considerable outlay of resources for the county and my client to do that. So I'm aware of no instruction to do that.
Alonzo? Did you want to say something, Alonzo?
I do. We would need that in writing to make sure that there's nothing else, because you said right now you have no instruction from him. Tomorrow he could give you instruction to do it. So we need something in writing to show, I have till, what's 2 weeks, July 27th, on the 28th, they can start demolishing. If it's said, but it's not in writing, it doesn't mean anything. So it needs to be in writing, needs to be signed, notarized, or a affidavit from you, what have you, showing that you will not pursue this going forward. You're going to waive that appeal at that point. Can we get that in writing?
I have no objection to providing that in writing. Would
You understand where I'm going with this, right?
I do, yes.
Because
yes.
your hesitation, I think, is their hesitation right now.
Sure. And I think you can appreciate my duty to my client is to make decisions or representations on his behalf because he's not here. And if I've not been instructed to do something, my client's not made a decision about an appeal regardless of the outcome here. So my hesitation is not that I think it's going to change, and I'm not a frequent flyer here. I understand the commissioner's lack of familiarity with me, but what I would say that I can commit to for me is that I will not participate in an appeal from Mr. Schmidt regarding the Board of County Commissioners' decision in 2 weeks if they want to move forward.
See, and I think that's a different thing than it's not going to happen, and which is what I believe was presented. So, Commission, he would need to sign something. He's not going to go forward. I understand you here representing him and such, but it seems like you haven't had that conversation. Because not having instruction doesn't mean anything. You haven't had the conversation about what if we lose, do we appeal, what happens at that point. So to the commissioner's point, we could be looking at 14 and then 20. We're looking a month and 4 days down the road still, and depending on where the appeal goes with the courts. So without that in writing, commissioners, I would hesitate to agree to this, but I'm not a decision maker.
I think based off of what Christina's saying, I think my suggestion or my thought is I'd be leaning towards just approving the tabling this for 2 weeks and allowing them the time. And if they don't, maybe they provide us that letter saying they're not going to appeal at that point, and we approve. And then that way we don't, maybe if they're going to waive the appeal, then we can move forward a lot quicker than having to wait the 20 days for the district court. So, like I said, I get the frustration that Commissioner Kimball has and wanting to get this done, because I can imagine living in the neighborhood, seeing this there, and finally having an end to this. But I just worry, like I said, if there's a timeline that starts, even if we deny the reconsideration of it, they still have 20 days to move forward in district court, and so they still have an avenue, and in which case we'll be delayed. So I don't know. That's kind of where I'm at, and if there's a commitment, 2 weeks, at least we have a timetable in my mind of, this is it, and if it isn't, I think it makes our decision very quick and easy.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I do want to have public comment today before we
Yes, absolutely.
And Alonzo has something else to say.
And that's understood, Mr. Chair. I think the issue, though, is if you guys vote one way today, they have 20 days from today, versus if you table it for 14 days and they don't show up with anything signed, they have 20 days from then. So you've really extended out 14 days from today, so you're looking at 14 plus 20 still. Not saying he's not going to sign it. I don't know. You haven't had that conversation. So probably a conversation that should have been had prior to coming and making statements to the board. But that's the way I'm looking at it. And there's going to be extended one way or the other, it looks like. So.
But if now the 20 days is not, they don't have to have a hearing in 20 days. They just have to file their appeal with the court within 20 days, correct? So theoretically, then this could push out way past 20 days.
Absolutely.
Because it'll be based off of the load and the caseload that they may have, that the court may have. So I think that's where I get the suggestion, and I understand. I don't know, but yeah,
Thank you,
no,
Mr.
understand. We'll allow those that are against allowed to come up and comment. So if we're okay with that, we'll go and there's those that are here to in opposition for this. I'd like to welcome them up for comment, please.
Dr. Allen. Yes, come on up.
Please. Good afternoon, and if you could raise your right hand. Do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
I do.
Very good. State your name for the record, please.
My name is Daniel Allen. It's spelled A-L-L-A-N, slightly irregular spelling. I live in Los Alturas. I can see the subject property from my front door. It was derelict and uninhabitable even prior to the fire. Every window had been broken. It had been vandalized. High school students hung out there smoking dope before it was legal. The police would visit it frequently. I've been down here 3 times trying to have this situation addressed. There are other issues besides what have already been raised. There is the issue of economic and tax impact. I have a neighbor who's a realtor. There are a number of homes for sale in the area, but every time she brings a prospective buyer into the neighborhood, they see that wreck. When they learn how long it has been allowed to stand, they abruptly lose interest. And sooner or later, we're all going to want to sell our houses. When a home is sold, it usually increases in value and usually increases the taxes on it. So this is hurting the community. I can't understand why this has been allowed to go on longer than the investigation of the 2020 election. So I ask you to please address this finally. And, help us out. We live there. This is our community. We rely on you for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr.
Is there any other comment in opposition?
Mr. Chair, I do have a question for the appellant, if you'll entertain it. If he has acknowledged that the cost for demolition will probably be very close to being the same, whether the county demolishes it or they demolish it under insurance. The county demolishing it in 21 days from now will not change that cost, and the insurance claim is not forestalled by the county demolishing it. They could continue with that claim, and then if the homeowner, Mr. Schmidt, is successful in that claim, they could then use that to pay off the lien on the property. So I'm not seeing from the management standpoint why there's a benefit to waiting for the insurance company, who has not a single, by the statement provided, has not received a written claim yet, which I find unusual, to maybe or maybe not come in and tear it down at some point in the future. It just seems like it's just a matter of time, not necessarily a matter of money anymore. So I just wanted to raise that for the board's consideration and possible response.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Yes, so my expectation is the county would hire a contractor, Mr. Schmidt would hire a contractor. I expect that cost to be the same. Where I see there being a potential difference is in the costs associated once the county is put a lien on the property. So if there's interest on the amount that the county is asking to collect for its lien, in addition to that, if the policy has any issues or the insurance company has any issues with respect to paying the county to pay a contractor. I think there's also a bit of, the other distinction I would raise is the responsibility. I understand the commissioner's position that it's his responsibility the whole time. Now that the resources are apparently available, he would like the opportunity to fulfill that obligation. So the primary difference is a little bit of time, potentially a little bit of money, and then the satisfaction that he fulfilled his obligation to the community by getting this taken care of.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Kimball.
but how convenient the insurance policy was found 3 days before this final day. Why did he wait so long? We don't think he does take responsibility. We don't think he's going to take care of the property, and it's just going to kick the can down the road farther. It looks bad on the county. It looks like we don't clean up messes. It looks bad in the neighborhood. Their houses can't sell. He's not a responsible person. He has not shown himself to be responsible. He could have had it torn down forever ago. He could have just let it go the times we brought it up here, and the lien would have been on there. And when he found the insurance policy and got some money, he could pay the lien off. This is a game, and I'm not liking it. And you keep kicking it, you or whoever keeps kicking it down the road, and this darn place still keeps standing there. And it's an eyesore, and it's dangerous. I don't know what district court will do if you file it at district court, but let's say there's costs there. There's more cost for you to be here if you have to go to district court. So it's going to cost you more to do that as well. So this all seems like a game for y'all, and it seems like you're trying to just put us off. And there are real people who want this house gone, who live here. When was the last time he saw the house? He's been in Germany because he left the country. He hasn't even seen it in several years, and these people drive by it every day. I just don't know the best answer, but we need to find a way to get rid of the dadgum thing the fastest way we can. And I don't care if we pay for it or he pays for it. I want to see how we can make it happen the most expedient way.
Thank you.
Can Dr.
Thank you.
Allen speak again?
I think he's already provided his testimony is the problem. I'm sorry, sir. No, I think you had your opportunity to provide. Thank you.
I just don't trust him.
All right. Well,
Christina, what does statute say at this point?
So it really, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Kimball, the statute and the process, which is mirrored in our ordinance, it really only outlines the process. So we have to obviously notify the property owner, and there's mechanisms and direction on how to do that, how to hold the public hearing, and then the time that they're allowed to file in district court if they wish to appeal the decision. So your options today really are to just vote to proceed with enforcing the resolution. You can vote to rescind the resolution. You can vote to postpone this item or grant more time. And, hearing our county attorney's suggestion, which is you could vote to enforce the resolution right now, and there would still be those 20 days. If the attorney and the property owner were able to receive confirmation that that claim is moving forward, if they're able to acquire those funds and start something within those 20 days, then the county could abandon their effort to demolish it with county funds. If not, and no appeal is filed, then after those 20 days, we would be ready to go out there and have a contractor demolish it. If in the event that they did appeal it, then we would end up in district court at that point and extend the time. But there are those options available.
Well, I think, I don't know if there's any other questions before we make a decision, or if we want to deliberate in closed session, that's another option, but we don't have to. We can just make a decision now.
Mr. Chair.
Unless there's, like I said, unless there's other questions, you're looking.
Mr. Chair, let me ask this. So if we say today we want to go ahead and do it, are you going to stop trying to get the insurance payment?
No, ma'am, because there's, in my opinion, more covered by the insurance than just the removal. So no, we wouldn't. We're going to proceed now that this policy has been, a claim's been made on it. We're going to proceed, see that through, regardless of the board's decision today.
So if we say we want to stay with this resolution, it gives you 20 days to file within district court, which you don't have to do. If you get the insurance claim and they say, we will pay you this money, you call us and you say, we're going to pay to take it down, then you start the process. Then it doesn't go to district court. If in 20, this is a timeline of 20 days where we don't have to, if we put it off 2 weeks, it starts a new 20-day time. So if we stay today, we're staying with it. There's a 20-day time that you can file it in district court. If you can get it resolved between now and that 20 days, then we can rescind our resolution. Is that what you're saying, Christina?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, yes, that's correct.
That's what I say we do.
And if I may, just in the interest of candor, I don't want the board to be surprised. As I understand the statute, 3-18-5, within 5 days of the determination by the governing body that the resolution shall be enforced, action has to be taken. So essentially, Mr. Schmidt has 5 days after the board's decision today, if it's to enforce the resolution, that would then trigger his deadline for the county taking action, as I understand the statute. Certainly open to any other interpretations, but basically a vote to enforce the resolution, he would have 5 days. He would have, separate from that, he has the 20 days to file the appeal. But I believe the 20 days and the 5 days are concurrent, meaning he has 5 days to start work or 20 days to file his appeal in district court. But I don't want the board to feel like I pulled a fast one and didn't tell you about the timelines as I understand them.
What does that mean, Christina?
So what he's explaining is that there's two separate timelines. So when there is an action taken here, then the property owner has a certain amount of time to basically take action on their own before the county would move in and
So we would
take-
wait 5 days before we go and try and bulldoze it.
Right.
We have to wait 20 days anyway because he can file it in district court.
Correct, because
So it doesn't extend it past the 20 days.
it does not extend it past the 20 days.
So we're still within the 20 days.
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm looking here at chapter 146-6 of the county code and talk about the appeal to district court, which is the 146 is talking about dangerous buildings. And so it says here, any person aggrieved by the determination issued by the Board of County Commissioners made pursuant to section 146-5 may appeal to the district court by either A, giving a written notice of appeal to the Board of County Commissioners within 5 days of the determination made of the Board of County Commissioners. That's what this is, what we're doing now. So they appealed, we're now doing A. B is filing a petition in the district court within 20 days after the determination made by the Board of County Commissioners. The district court shall hear the matter de novo and enter a judgment in accordance with its findings. So that's where the 20 days comes in, is 20 days after. So they have 5 days to appeal the decision, which is now being heard, the appeal is being heard now. And then like we're saying now, or as Christina's saying, if we make the decision to move forward, they have 20 days to file within district court.
Or to do something with it. So we would do it, we would try and destroy it on the 21st day. If you can get there and do it before the 21st day, then it's okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Kimball, yes, that's what we're saying. So within that time frame, if he has secured funds and required a demolition permit or notified us of an imminent application for a demolition permit, then we would not move forward with sending a contractor out there ourselves.
Okay. So I still think we should
Okay.
keep the resolution.
All right. Any other questions? Do we need to deliberate in closed session, or are we ready to vote now?
Go.
All right. So the way I understand this, and Christina, you can correct me if I'm wrong. A yes vote means we reconsider, and basically we're reversing the appeal. A no vote would be to not reconsider and to stay and to continue the original decision.
Mr. Chair, I believe how you should phrase the motion is and I'd ask assistance from our county attorney, is to vote, is make a motion to enforce the resolution, because when you reconsider a resolution, you can do anything with that resolution, either affirm it or rescind it. Am I correct here?
So we want to enforce the resolution.
So we need to amend.
Yeah, I think there needs to be an amendment. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. I think it needs to be an amendment then to how it was worded here, a public hearing to reconsider versus public hearing to enforce.
Okay. So we can make an amendment to how we're going to, what direction we're going to go?
Yes.
Okay. So then I'll entertain an amendment to enforce the resolution 2026-58.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros.
Second.
A second by Commissioner Kimball. All right, so we have the amendment on the floor to enforce the resolution as originally approved. Is there any comments against? Okay. Then I'll, Brandy, if you do a roll call on the proposed amendment.
Commissioner Kimball?
So
yes, we're going to amend this to enforce.
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay, so we have the original motion as amended to enforce the resolution 2026-58 as approved. Is there any other comments from commissioners? Any last comments from the floor? Okay. Brandy, if you do a roll call.
Commissioner Kimball?
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros?
Yes.
Chair Sanchez?
Yes. Okay. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Christina. Thank you, Alonso, for the. All right. The next order of business is item 22. It's a preliminary plat approval for a Type 3 subdivision to be known as Organ Mountain Alpenglow Subdivision.
Thank you, Mr.
And
Chair.
actually, if I get a motion, a second to approve.
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Gameros, a second by Commissioner Kimball. Sorry, Christina, please go ahead. And I don't know, are we considering this a hearing, or is this just a?
It is a public hearing, but do we need to swear in?
I guess so. Okay, we'll do this one then. All right, do you swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give is the truth under penalty of law?
Yes.
Thank you, Christina.
Okay. So we are looking at a preliminary plat approval for a Type 3 subdivision, which would have 13 residential lots. And there you can see it's located off of Dripping Springs there. Previously undeveloped property in a mostly large lot, rural type of residential area. There was a request in May of 2025 to rezone the property to remove conditions that had been placed by the original zoning that was done by during the ETA. And that those conditions limit the number of lots that can be developed to 13. And so those conditions were not removed. The rezoning case was denied. So they are adhering to the original conditions of development from the original zoning. They do have Moongate water. There will be on septic tanks, and they do have access from public roads. So this is what the subdivision would look like. You can see these are large lots, very compatible with the existing development. and the subject parcel, Dripping Springs Road, subject property again, another view, and surrounding area. And so the P&Z did recommend approval, and at this time I will stand for any questions.
Thank you, Christina. Board members, any questions? I don't know if the applicants have anything to add at this point. Oh, okay. I don't think we have any questions, so,
I don't think so either.
okay. Any other public comment at this point? All right. If there are no questions or public comment, then I'll ask for a roll call vote on agenda item number 22.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomez,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, that item is approved.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. All right. I don't see Justin back, so we'll plan on moving forward until after the closed session.
Correct.
All right. Commission input. Any follow-up, commissioners, for input? Okay. Randy, correspondence.
We have one today, Marie Alejo versus Doña County.
Thank you. All right. This is going to be a long one, so follow me here for a second. All right, I make a motion that the board convene in closed session regarding attorney-client privilege and bargaining strategy pertaining to bargaining updates with regards to the International Union of Police Association, IUPA, acquisition or disposal of real property or water rights pertaining to the South Recreation Center, attorney-client privilege pertaining to threatened or pending litigation, including but not limited to TH versus Martinez et al., 224-CV-00887-MIS-KRS. Lorenzo Rodriguez versus Government Center, Doña County, CCMSI and WCSA, case number 26-00321. NM Fogg versus Doña County Board of Commissioners and Doña County Records Custodian, case number D-307- CV-2026-01788. The U.S. versus NM and et al. 126-CV-01471-KG-LF. The estate of Richard Guerra versus Doña County Board of Commissioners et al. D-307-CV-2024-01636. And Vanessa Loya versus Doña County Sheriff's Department, D-307-CV-2022-02442. Also, Eric Flores versus the Board of County Commissioners for Doña County, case number D-307-CV-2024-00043. And Eden Flores versus the Board of County Commissioners for Doña County, D-307-CV-2024-00524. In the matter of the application of El Paso Electric Company for revision of its retail electric rates pursuant to advance notice number 317, docket number 25-00085-UT, and an application for approval of El Paso Electric Company's Renewable Energy Act Plan for 2027, and the 10th revised rate number 38-RPS Cost Rider. El Paso Electric Company applicant docket number 26-000093. Gamboa versus Board of County Commissioners for the county of Doña, case number D-307-CV-2025-01906. Brian Johnson versus Kim Stewart and the Board of County Commissioners of Doña County, number 26-CV-978-JGF-KRS, as authorized by the Open Meetings Act, sections 10-15-1-H, 5, 7, and 8 of NMSA 1978. I can get a second.
Second.
All right, so we have a motion and a second to go into closed session as stated. Randy, if you can do a roll call vote, please.
Did you need some water after that?
Take a drink.
And oxygen.
Okay. Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gomeros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, we will enter closed session at 1:36 PM. Thank you, and we will be back. right. Vice Chair Gameros, any chance you're on WebEx? Okay, we'll give her a minute to join on WebEx.
Can you hear me?
Oh, there we are. Yes, perfect. Thank you. All right, it is now 3:19 p.m. and we are back in open session. Let the record reflect the only things discussed in closed session were the items discussed in the motion to go into closed session. First order of business is I do like to make a motion that we approve recommendations recommended by legal, the actions that are recommended by our legal department on the cases discussed in closed session. If I can get a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kimball. All right. And Randy, if you'll do a quick roll call for authorizing our legal department to move forward with the actions recommended in closed session for the cases discussed in the motion to go in closed session.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you for not voting no.
All right. I'd like to make a motion that we remove item 20, which is an award, a change order in the amount of $765,796.51 as option A, or $500,678.69 as option B to Jane's Corp. For the east parking lot of the OEM facility contract number 25197. So I'd like to remove that, make a motion to remove that from the table.
Second.
All right, I have a second to remove, to take item 20 off of the table. If I can get a roll call on that motion.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right, so we now have agenda item 20 back up, or at least on back for consideration. So Justin, I know where we left it at. We were trying to just understand the price difference to get to from option B to option A.
Chair Sanchez, Commission, I just want to extend my apology for transposing numbers and presenting that to the Commission previously. Up here, I have option A and option B. If you don't mind, if I can just walk through option B real quick.
Yeah.
It has PCO number 36, which I have a green asterisk by it. That is for the east parking lot. So if I subtract that amount out, that is what gives me the $179,897. Option A, that has the entire parking lot. That is what we're requesting. That will be the gates, retaining wall, and the actual parking that we need. That is the amount of $585,898. So when I add in the additional amount that is for those items of the $179,897, that gives us the total of $765,796.51.
Okay. The math is mathin'.
Math. And again, I'm deeply apologize for that.
No worries. All right, commissioners, I know so we've got two options. One, option A, which would include the redoing of the parking lot, is my understanding?
Option A would give us a cohesive project that completes out the entire parking lot. And then option B is just going to be for just the grading portion of the parking lot.
Okay.
So.
Is there a direction?
Well, if you don't finish out the parking lot and you grade it, it's going to deteriorate.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I think we should go ahead.
Okay. So just I think just to make, if we're okay with it, then I'd like to make I'd like to make a motion to amend the original motion for this approval to approve only option A in the amount of $765,796.51.
Second.
All right, I have a second on that. Brandy, if you do a roll call on the amendment.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gameros,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. Okay, so we're back to agenda item number 20 as amended for approval of option A. if there's any last questions or comments. All right. Brandy, if you'll do a roll call on the approval of item 20 as amended to approve option A.
Commissioner Kimball,
Yes.
Vice Chair Gometos,
Yes.
Chair Sanchez.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you coming back. Thank you, commissioners, for hanging on. I know, I think other than that, we have reached the end of our agenda. So if there are no objections, we will call this meeting adjourned at 3:25 p.m. And we will see you all in 2 weeks on July 28th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Woohoo!